Chapter 1 of the Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. At Woden's Mark. Hark to the sounding story that tells of a deadly fray, the tourney of the ages, the combat twixt winter and May. There's constant tilting and charging, the weapons cross and ring. There's endless wavering and breaking in the surging battle of spring, unending turmoil and roaring like rush of tide o'er fields, unending cracking and clashing like swords on ringing shields, now clamoring and clanging as if from brazen bells, now rumbling deep, now thundering, the sound to fury swells. The wind whirls round the summits with piteous shrieks and moans. Through creaking, snapping tree-tops its ghostly chant intones. But all the blowing and ferment, the misty movement and strife, is only the flitting and hovering before the breath of life. The fluttering and bowing in branches, in blade and shrub accord, do reverence and greeting to the might of a dreadful lord. He comes o'er plain and mountain with threats upon his tongue. He spreads affright and terror, and thus resounds his song. On high I ascend, and course through the air, my wings I extend, take heed and beware. Be it night, be it dawn, there's a hush as of death, and scarcely is drawn an audible breath. I'm scented afar in awe and suspense, with a dread as of war midst feeble defense. And when I at length have marshalled my strength, with a rush and a shout I burst out. I sweep the ocean, the billows I roll, their yeasty commotion I sway and control. From my cavernous lip I trumpet a blast that tosses the ship and shivers her mast. Though upward is sent from those I despoil a wail and lament, from naught I recoil, nor heed I nor care for curse or for prayer. Within his rock-built tower the glacier feels my power. I urge him on and make his lofty brow to shake. Chaotic, shattered masses that stood a frigid wall, with turrets, tower and all, now cover field and passes. The avalanche stops not for cotter or his cot. All 'neath a piling mound have deep-sunk burial found. Blotted out and gone, pity I have none. Wish wind my name, will is my essence, might tells my presence. I am the same, and mine the deed that blesses the seed. The genital force in me has its source. I fructify earth, sustain after birth, pour sap into mold that life may unfold. With stirring and teeming comes hope and dreaming, and rushing about o'er hill, dale, and lake, I knock and I shout, "Awake, spring, awake!" Thus sings the storm. Wide nature seems conjured by the call, as if by power of magic new life were granted all. The sap awakens from torpor and climbs with vigor aglow. Its limbs the pine tree stretches, dislodging their burden of snow. The juniper, hemlock, and cedar, the somber resinous fir, and all in the armor of needles, with joy at the call are astir. Out of furrowed bark and fissure the trickling water drips. From fretted twigs and branches hang sparkling liquid tips. As sinks the snowy mantle beneath brown carpeted sands, on many a leaf a lakelet in the sunlight twinkling stands. Brief days and hours determine the winter's deplorable fate. Dissolved and utterly ruined his splendor of princely estate. His crown no longer glistens, of glittering jewels bereft. His icicle scepter lies shattered, and his armor of silver is cleft. The sovereign seal is broken that held all life in bond. His brilliant crystal mirror is swept from brook and pond. Where diamonds, jewels, and laces once met the dazzled sight, now only mere tatters of ermine still cling to sunless height. The frozen springs burst open, the brook swells with the gush. Its plunging, foaming waters from hill to lowland rush. Brimful the swollen river rolls through the anxious land, and drives the grinding ice floes to distant ocean's strand. The wood is dank and darkling, dense mist is hanging low. Amidst a breath-like whisper, the buds begin to grow. The roots feel need of stretching, for looser soil they yearn. There comes a listing longing, as when the birds return. Beware, ye leaves and blossoms, beware of storms from the north. The winter turns in fury, to kill he sallies forth. To you, so young and tender, he deals out death and woe. He hurls the rattling hailstorm, and whirls the blinding snow. Again the streams are captive, beneath an icy screen. A chilling mantle covers the scarce awakened green. Anew breaks out the contest, and man to man engage. Once more the clashing weapons, incessant roar and rage. By day the spring is victor, but winter through the night from his defeat recovers, and strives with all his might. By stealth he onward marches, inflicting many a blow, and to retreat he forces his young and gallant foe. But with a last wild effort, spring rallies for the fight, retakes his lost possessions, puts winter's host to flight. Before his valiant squadrons, with pennons, flashing spears, with clarion notes of triumph and loud exulting cheers, fly winter and his henchmen in pitiable plight, and merry spring sits smiling, enthroned by victor's right. The Boda's limpid waters in the Brocken have their source, and through the Hartz green mountains they sing along their course. But ere from height to lowland the gurgling stream has sped, and to the gnomes and nixies a last farewell has said. A weird dread vale it enters, where it must twist and bend, to seek its winding channel through turns without an end. Rocks bolder and more lofty than here can scarce be found, nor greener nor more tangled a wood on German ground. Here rise with buttress and rampart vast bulwarks and towers high, huge piers and pillars colossal time's ravages defy. Aslant and leaning over hang threatening massive blocks, as if they had but halted to span the gorge with rocks. Here cleft and crevice open, on cliffs aloft in air, crouch animals enchanted, and stony faces stare. Here clings with thirsty fibre the shrub to rocky wall, strikes root in fissure and cranny, and cleaves to foothold small. High up are raging and splashing fierce blasts and sheets of rain. Low down the frothy torrent is writhing and struggling in vain. The waters dart into eddies, and frisk and fret and moan. The surging, seething billows wash and hollow the stone. Where'er you pause or ramble, on ridges low or high, the restless rushing river seems murmuring ever nigh. Gaze o'er the jagged embankment, through riven rocks behold the bowels of earth laid open to secret depths untold. Above all others rises one peak to dizzy height, nor could the sharp-clawed eagle on its steep wall alight. The grey and hoary mountain bears on its lordly crest a monstrous horse's hoof-mark by mighty force impressed. No fiery steed e'er bridled, by mortal man bestrode, has stamped the print in granite upon this sky-perched road. To Sleipnir's foot tradition still links this runic sign, and victims immolated on Wotan's ancient shrine. Its song the storm wind hushes, as darkness all enshrouds. Beyond the lofty mountains fast muster lowering clouds. A tall, majestic figure stands near the ancient mark. His beard is long and flowing, his mantle wide and dark. A broad-brimmed hat protects him from wind and fretful sky. Beneath it glows malignant a single fiery eye. Down at his feet crouch fawning 2 wolves of aspect grim. Around his head 2 ravens in flight encircle him. Now slowly upward pointing, he waves his slender spear, and with it draws a circle high in the upper sphere. Athwart the sable cloud realm down darts a gleaming flash. Loud rolling peals of thunder throughout the valley crash. 1,000 echoes answer from all the mountains nigh, while dazzling bursts of lightning oft rend the lurid sky. The branches stir and rustle as speeds the passing form, then yields the budding forest to the early thunderstorm. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Spring. It blows and blusters many a night, with rattling hail and dripping rain, and each day tries, though oft in vain, to turn the wind or stay its might, to sweep the clouds aside once more, and to the sky its blue restore. But when the battling storms have done, from his bright portal steps the sun. Among earth's creatures manifold he scatters lavishly his gold, as if in prodigal display he'd spend it in a single day. The wood, where mist and darkness lurk, awakens from its somber dream. 1,000 fairies seem at work to carry out some mystic scheme. Fresh vigor fills the dormant cells, the beech's slender bud now swells, and patiently it strives to shed its shiny scales of ruby red. 'Twould break its bonds, and free and brave its tiny tender pennons wave. The elder and the hazel tree, forgetting first their winter's woe, once more from icy fetters free their loosely folded spindle show. And here in 3s and 4s hang down the little catkins gold and brown, while near, within a shadowed nook, where gently flows the winding brook, demurely through her peaceful life abides the hazel's blossom wife, and over her she bears aloft a stately plumed crimson tuft. In shining linen white as snow is wrapped the sable thorn of sloe. The elm's abloom, the asp has spun soft silk to form long curly locks, and Mistress Willow has begun to herd and tend her lambkin flocks. The oak alone stands gaunt and bare, its knotty framework here and there a flutter yet in April's sun, with last year's leaves of faded dun. But when the bud has burst its bands, and each notched glossy leaf expands, with massing foliage overspread, the swaying boughs again display, in hues of golden, green, and red, the splendor of the dawning day. Then where the forest floor is clear of fallen cones and leafage sere, Dame Nature, who but seldom stints a carpet weaves of rarest tints, and like a maid on festal day she decks herself in spring array. Look, ere one knew it was about, amid the green half hidden yet, a marvel sweet and blue peeps out. It is the first dear violet. O welcome, joy and cheer will spread from out thy downy leafy bed. Bloom on, thou child of March, nor mind the flatteries of the playful wind. Do not his roguish theft resent, e'en though he steal thy fragrant scent. With it he'll wake thy sisters fair, that all may in the springtide share. The brave wee chickweed leads the throng, soon snowdrop hangs her pearly bell. Gold dandelion and adder's tongue, hepatica and pimpernel, anemone and daisy true, sweet Cicely and columbine, with buttercup and meadow rue, and many a radiant herb and vine, entwining in a garland gay to decorate the barren wood, ere the musicians come to play and wake the guests to festive mood. They soon appear, all brisk and glad, the little folk, a motley hive. Too oft their days are brief and sad, and constant perils scarce survive. The insect broods the stir have heard, attendant on the vernal tide, and though in coffins deep interred, revive and fling their shrouds aside. From folds of withered leaves they crawl, and struggle, whir, and wiggle free. From cracks and crevices they sprawl, through crust of earth and chink in tree. And then comes flitting through the air a blithesome and familiar throng of feathered vagrants free of care, who hasten back with glee and song. Their warbling through the wood is heard, 'tis spring is piped from yonder bough, and merrily the air is stirred. 'Tis spring, re-echoes now. One found a way, though bread was scant, to gain an honest livelihood. Through winter's peril, pain, and want, and robbers' bold assault withstood. A roving life another led, droned like a gypsy through the land, to find some table ready spread each day by God's providing hand. A third one came across the sea, and weary must have been the flight. But since the brook of ice is free, the hardships borne seem brief and slight. They meet again from far and near, and greetings pass from spray to spray. How fares it, friend? When camest thou here? Did aught befall thee on the way? While one small traveller makes reply, he drolly stretches legs and wings, and as he shakes his feathers dry, his dress in quaint confusion brings. He perks and preens himself, coquettes, like some coy singer in a play. Then jauntily his bill he wets, and bursts into a merry lay. The crossbill, gay in crimson paint, hangs head down from a hemlock cone. He is the nailsmith's patron saint, and with the first has northward flown. His thoughts run to an early brood, so on a bough from morn till late he phrases in a loving mood the notes to win his chosen mate. The titmouse chirps in shady glen, the linnet carols soft and true, and like a flash the restless wren the dense grown thorny hedge flits through. Chaffinch attunes his double trill, the thrush ne'er fails to swell the chimes. Blithe goldfish joins, and with his bill woodpecker hammers as he climbs. Sharp quiver forth the little throats from bough and thicket all day long. Deep from their bird souls gush sweet notes, and love the burden of their song. Then as the spring unites their lives, and wedlock puts their love to test, each pair in noble conflict strives to build the most ingenious nest. Nor rouses them, nor causes fright, the warning of a hawk's shrill cry, praise seeking from his Aries height, in spiral windings drawing nigh. He peers within a shadowy glen, to seize the bird that lures him on, where rocky cleft and pathless fen in darkened mazes bar the sun. Here lie the victims of the wind, uprooted, mouldering ancient pines. Here lichens thrive, and fungus kind, soft mosses creep 'neath sprawling vines, and tangled briars and spiny thorn along the pathway form a hedge, while ferns, still plumeless and forlorn, like hairy snails hide midst the sedge. And here awakes the drowsy bear, who long in winter's sleep has lain. Half starved, he leaves his hidden lair to sniff the balmy air again. The badger opes his bolted door, and rooting leaves his kennel home. The hedgehog ventures out once more, though too distrustful far to roam. The deer is nibbling in the glade, the hart now bears a crownless head. The boar seeks pool or tarn to wade, and wallow in a slimy bed. Where'er the eye may chance to fall, it meets green nature's wide expanse, flags fluttering in bright festival to hail the welcome spring's advance. The forest vaults its leafy dome 'neath sunlit sky in starry night. To myriad lives it grants a home, and stretches far till lost to sight. Who sees the weeks of springtime flying? Who marks the change from day to day? Or counts the clustering buds that open as June succeeds to jocund May? There roves within the shade-cool forest a hunter in the Count's employ, a youth in whose firm traits of manhood still linger traces of the boy. His bright and open face emerges from out a hooded cloak of brown that falls about his sturdy shoulders, and o'er his head is lightly thrown. In doublet clad of homely leather, with bugle hanging from his belt, he bears for weapons spear and crossbow, of feathers in his cap of pelt. Though huntsmanlike is his equipment, he seeks not sport upon his way. To hunt or trap is not his purpose, yet watchfulness his eyes betray. As warder he must find the poacher, who stealthily has slain a doe, and though incurring unknown peril, meet punishment he would bestow. As on he goes he hears a rustling, attent he listens, then he sees a fox's brood from out the covert frisk playfully among the trees. In hiding he observes their frolic, with naught in sight to augur harm, when suddenly they seek their burrow, and tumble in with wild alarm. On instant guard he waits in silence, his arrow on the straining thong, but speedily he drops the crossbow, for sweet there rings a maiden song. A fairy flower blooms in the wood, where silver moonbeams lie, and he who wears it o'er his heart will feel love's witchery. Ah, could I find the secret glade, and pluck this fateful flower, I'd give it to a comely lad, and watch its mystic power. O blackbird, thou art wondrous wise, bring me this blossom fair, and do thou then disclose to me which youth it shall ensnare. The singing ends. The singer falters. She shrinks in fear, yet soon reflects, the handsome hunter will not harm thee, and onward then her steps directs. But rudely he obstructs the pathway. Whence art thou? Whither wilt thou go? I know thine errand in our woodland. And there his question ceased to flow, for from the blue eyes of the maiden laughs spring, as buds peep from a spray. Since wrath and smiles are poorly mated, his frowning sternness soon gives way. The blushing maiden breaks the silence, less timid now, she archly pleads, while showing him her half-filled basket. I am but gathering shepherd's weeds. My grandam needs them for a potion. They have a wondrous healing power, to still the blood and lessen fever, if boiled at full moon half an hour. The youth scarce listens to her prattle, nor on the basket rests his gaze, but as he stands, his eyes still linger upon her winsome sunlit face. "What is thy name?" at length he asks her. "I'm Waldtraut, and my father's cot stands plain in sight on yonder hillside. This narrow road leads to the spot. He earns his bread by charcoal burning, and here he toils the livelong day. Dost thou not know the collier Volrot? He often takes this forest way. Then on they stroll together, where'er the sylvan pathways wind, for each of them, all self-forgetting, the other's presence has in mind. As genial sunshine often opens the leaves and blossoms in a day, so two fresh guileless hearts awaken 'neath glowing youth's transforming sway. Bright spring, where art thou now incarnate? Art thou in bloom and bird-song blent? Or in the joyance of these mortals hast thou thy pure embodiment? For lo, where droop the verdant branches, and Eden-like the wood doth seem, there steals along in blissful silence love's tender, blessed, springtide dream. Now must they part, nor longer tarry, and Ludolf's words his hope confess. Wilt thou return then for a trysting? She smiles and shyly answers, yes. They look around at one another, and nod and wave from time to time. Her homeward path leads through the valley, across the mountain he must climb. Well on his way a cliff he reaches, with nimble foot ascends it fast, and raising to his lips the bugle, salutes her with a hunter's blast. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Mountain Castle. Where the gorge-like valley widens and Loop Boda's waters mingle with the Boda's raging current, Treseberg, a stately castle, crowned the summit of a mountain. Here, as feudal liege and master, dwelt the Count Hans Hackelberend, with his fair and noble daughter, with his horses, hounds, and falcons, and his wardens skilled in hunting. 'Twas a sky-perched, eyrie fastness, fitly destined for the housing of a knight and ardent huntsman. Lone the hill and ancient castle proudly towered o'er the valley, that with woodland, mead, and water peacefully extended onward. At each turn, the rock-built structure rising with its time-worn granite, midst the all-engirdling forest, challenged the approaching traveller. Down the stream the vale grew narrow, where high cliffs like walls enclosed it. Round the castle hill the Boda ran its course in snake-like windings, till it all but formed a circle. Steeply rose the bluffs, and sternly that upheld the frowning stronghold. All impregnable its bulwarks. From one side alone besiegers could attack its beetling turrets. Here a heavy drawbridge carried o'er a moat, long, dry, and empty, whose sheer banks in safe enclosure held a powerful stag imprisoned. On each side the court extended, by thick solid walls protected, with their inner wooden ramparts for defense against assailants. At the entrance stood a tower, reared to overarch the gateway. Stables, armory, and kennel were of oaken timbers builded, but of stone the castle dwelling for the master and his household, and his retinue of servants. From its granite base, the Bergfried raised its head in bold defiance, with the Count its only tenant, save the warder at his outlook, high within the tower's turret. Antlers huge decked halls and chambers. Under them hung diverse weapons, swords and lances, helmets, armor, faded belts, and tattered banners. Here and there, on stone engraven, or in colored leaden casements, showed the family's escutcheon. On an afternoon in springtime, Gerhard Korn, the falcon trainer, in the gate tower hall sat working. Near him stood the archer Bruno, honored both for years of service as their master's chase attendants. Gerhard, gray with many winters, weather-hardened, short, and stocky, had in charge the castle stables, and was head of all the servants. He was famous as a falconer, and at Falconworth in Flanders, as a youth had been apprenticed. Bruno was but little younger, somewhat taller and more slender, firm of hand and eagle-sighted, and the Count's best crossbow archer. He was bending o'er a grindstone, with a growing heap of arrows lying on the floor beside him. First the pointed tips of iron he would sharpen, then selecting those that seemed to him most perfect, steep them in an inky mixture made of verdigris and gallnuts that would turn them black as raven. Ready skinned upon the table stretched a full-grown wild swan, captured by an eager, new-trained falcon at a recent early trial. Gerhardt worked with toe and needle, deftly dressing it for mounting, for the swan in all its beauty, with majestic snowy plumage, was to hover o'er the pillow of the Count's beloved young daughter. In a hoop not far from Gerhardt, fastened to the raftered ceiling, swung a closely hooded falcon, with short jesses for a fetter, and without a pause the falconer ever kept the hoop in motion, for the waking and the hunger made it ready for the casting. Valentine, the busy ostler, young in years and goodly featured, entered now and joined the others, with a surly look exclaiming, "Wunsch I can control no longer. In his stall he paws and worries, till I dread to go anear him. Who of us can blame the stallion? Are we not like him impatient for the open?" cried the falconer. "Let the man who would now ride him," growled the groom, "for I will never risk my bones again upon him. I am still all aches and bruises from the time when last he threw me." "None except the Count can curb him," Gerhardt said. "But in the Bergfried there is still foul weather brewing, for the clouds hang low and threatening." Bruno spoke. "I saw a raven on the ramparts after sunrise. Hoarsely croaked the bird ill-omened, ever on its left leg resting. Thou must mean the black-robed brother from the Walkenrieden convent. No good tidings can we hope for from his weighty parchment letter," laughed the hostler. "Monks and goodness," sneered the archer. "Priests and convents. Good has never come from either. Hast thou heard more of the rising that the stubborn peasants started in the autumn at Mühlhausen?" then asked Gerhardt. "Yes, in Kempten. Bands of them attacked the convent," answered Valentine, "and meekly their prince abbot sued for mercy. But the priests deserve no better. Let the rebels turn against them, so our castle's unmolested. Hark! Whose bugle now is sounding? 'Tis but Wenzel's on the tower. Well I know that ancient greeting to the earliest storks returning, and the overflowing tankard that is his by warder's custom." "Humph," growled Gerhardt. "There he hurries to Agneta for his guerdon. He is all too prone to tipple. 'Tis unseemly for a warder. Strange it is, when drink is mentioned, how one's thirst at once needs quenching. Phaeton, go to my good woman. Say I also need refreshing, and forget not to remind her that she fill the largest tankard so a gnat upon its margin would not wet its feet while drinking. Then we all the stork can honor." As the hostler left them, Ludolf through the open doorway entered. "Hast thou found the trace?" asked Gerhardt. "Yes, they still are in their kennel." "Who? The foxes? Well, I know it, but I mean far other query." Then he paused a while, reflecting. "I could name the reckless poacher, and the Count will kill the culprit, if at stalking deer we catch him." "Whence knowest thou? And tell, who is it?" Anxiously the hunter asked him. "'Tis the collier Bertram Folroth." "If 'tis he," replied the archer, "hope not that ye'll ever take him, for he has the magic fern seeds, and unseen through the air can vanish when into his shoes he strews them. These his mother Alka gives him, who's a witch, ye must remember." "I care little," grumbled Gerhardt, "for his tricks and all his cunning. I will soon o'ermatch the fellow." Bent upon their work and chatting, neither Gerhardt nor the archer had marked Ludolf standing silent, with his staring eyes fixed on them, wrapped in thought, and ever playing with the chain that held his bugle. "Do ye know," asked Bruno sternly, "how the monks of Walkenrieden played a shameful trick upon us? Though their convent is the richest, with its chapels, farms, and houses, not a hamlet is exempt from paying tithes and taxes to them. Mines of ore and endless acres yield them wealth in great abundance, and still greater is their profit from the wonder-working image, and the thorns a precious relic from the crown of our Lord Jesus. On the way to Rome their pilgrims never want for pleasant shelter under roofs they own in common. Where good wine grows, never do they lack for vineyards nor for cellars. Years ago the emperor granted hunting rights in wider lordship to the friars of the convent. Far as pealed the bells slow clanging from the walls of Walkenrieden, feathered game might still be taken. Then the tricksters had a bell cast, none so large as in our mountains. High they placed it in the belfry, where it opens toward the forest, that the sound might carry farther, and enlarge their hunting precincts. Now must we look on in silence, though we meet them at our noose-line, or the fowling floor or nearer, and the cursed tonsured rascals fatten on our snipes and wood-grouse. Valentine now brought the tankard, to whose foaming beer was added red herb bennet and wild sage leaves, with their strong and bitter flavor. Gerhardt's glance showed his misgivings. Bah! The gnat would be a marvel that could sip from this cup's margin. Phaeton, clear thee of suspicion. Canst thou show a beard unwetted? Now the kennel boy named Tella entered, though a lad no longer, yet the name had still clung to him. By my troth, said Gerhardt, laughing, I believe the boy is keener than a hound. Afar he scented our great beer mugs circling freely. Come and drink, thou kennel captain. Let us see what thou hast huddled like a baby in thy bosom, asked the hostler, as his fingers prodded Tella's bulging jerkin. Gently then from out its shelter drew he forth a puppy boar hound. 'Tis a sickling, answered Tella. 'Twill not eat, and whines and whimpers. Gerhardt eyed the puppy closely. Didst thou take a bunch of buckthorn, nailing it outside the kennel, thereby warding off the witches? Yes, in truth, both out and inside. Dost thou always carry with thee she-wolf's heart, the cure for rabies? Yes, said Tella, and the falconer, in a lowered voice, continued, Take the fresh green twigs of willow, twist and wind them in a wreath, slip it o'er the ailing body, look above and underneath. If it withers, sound and hail, is the cur from tip to tail. Then in louder voice resuming, Do not let the master know it, he is sore of heart and moody. E'en his daughter, loved and gracious, cannot still his fretful storming. In his wrath a crystal goblet at my good wife's feet he shattered, when he found his wine lacked flavor. Yet he knows spiced wine is harmful when a man is hot with fever. Had the monstrous bear-cowed Villa, 'twould have been the count's last hunting. Torn and bleeding from the battle, all the other dogs went skulking. 4 weeks has the wound been covered with fit unguents and concoctions. Illness and restraint unwonted sorely vex our fiery master. Soon, methinks, the time is coming when we'll hunt again, said Bruno. Else what need of sharpened arrows? Tell me, lad. He turned to Ludolf, who sat silent in the corner. What ill news has come upon thee? Thou seemst speech-bereft and doleful. Of the poacher I am thinking, answered Ludolf, but his thoughts were only of the poacher's daughter, who nor knew nor had suspicion of her father's deadly danger. In the oak-walled Bergfried chamber lay the Count Hans Hackelberend, propped on pillows half reclining, on a couch o'erspread and softened, with the speckled skins of moose deer. At his feet the mastiff Villa, with his head between his forepaws, stretched upon a shaggy bearskin. His the strength that saved his master when the savage bear attacked him. Near, and where the Count could reach it, in the corner leaned the crossbow, whose long stock and butt were inlaid lavishly with pearl and silver. Often would he take and aim it, that his weakened arm might strengthen. Wan appeared the knight and pallid, though so tall and mighty sinewed, hair and beard of raven blackness made him paler still by contrast. Bold his Roman nose projected, and his brow was seamed with furrows. Dark and deep-sunk eyes cast glances, sharp as arrow points, exacting swift compliance with his orders. On a settle near a casement sat his only child, Wulfhilde, radiant as a rose unfolding on a morn in early summer. Round her face thick wavy tresses in their golden lustre shimmered, while her graceful stately figure, clad in robes of silken samite, close enfolding, softly clinging, showed in all its youthful beauty. 'Neath her hands upon the table lay a frame with broidered colours, and her white and slender fingers deftly worked a diapered bridle for her dappled grey's proud forehead. Leaning on the casement's mullion stood young Albrecht of Lozinen. Firm his lips were, and scarce hidden by a curling beard of flaxen. He was Hackelberend's godchild, and had sought his uncle's castle, there to learn 'neath Gerhardt's guidance falconry and skill in hunting. In his hand he held a parchment, while he scanned his kinsman's features. "Read that once again," the Count bade, then a second time read Albrecht. "Inasmuch as it is neither Christian-like nor meet that neighbours to the realm resort for justice, we still hope that our contention will in amity be settled, giving us the right of deer chase anywhere within the hearing of the bells of Walkenrieden." "Never," cried the Count. "Bah, neighbours! Water he's to have and pasture. Flying fowl and fish I'll grant him during days of Lent and fasting. Snaring hare I will permit him, nor forbid the catch of crayfish. But the right of hounds and deer chase appertains as fief and tenure to the castle, never doubted or opposed by claim or hindrance, during 2 men's lives full measured. Wood for ploughs and wood for barrows, with the windfall will I grant him, but I'll give him none for building. Let him sharply heed this warning. If a monk falls in our clutches, caught at stalking deer, then mercy will avail him more than justice. Suit before the realm he talks of. Let him, if it is his pleasure. What fear I this doughty member of the Upper Saxon Council? Night is less to him than abbot. Like a solitary screech-owl sits he brooding in his convent. Face to face I've never met him. But read on, I'll hear the finish of this insolent epistle. Item, as unworthy servant of the Lord and faithful guardian of his holy church, we warn you hence forever to abandon all your wickedness of living, nor set scandalous example with the hunt and reckless coursing during festivals and feast days in the midst of pious Christians, and attending to the welfare of your soul to seek our chapel for confession and due penance. Otherwise the Church will justly punish you for your offences." "Foolish, arrogant old bigot," roared the Count, as flushed and trembling from his couch he sprang in anger. Villa growled and eyed his master. "Yes, good Villa, neither of us cares a straw for priestly ranting. Let him turn his red nose elsewhere. Let him keep it on his Gospels, bound in leather made of pigskin, but not meddle with the hunter. If the archfiend in his body should attempt to stop my hunting, by his horns and tail I'll hurl him from the castle, and this scarecrow dares presume to check and cross me. All the churches, creeds, and convents stand for cant and superstition, soul salvation, bosh, and nonsense. All are worthless, empty phrases, like their bliss in life hereafter. Hunter's joy I crave, none other. That's my creed and my salvation. To my hounds I'd rather listen than to bells forever clanging. Hunter's shout, halloo, and bugle are the sanctus for my chanting. Were the crucifix a crossbow, I would tear it from the altar, to demolish all their idols." Neither Albrecht nor Wulfhilde dared to answer or deter him, as he raved about in fury, deaf to argument or prayer. Scornful rolled his eyes and glittered in his pallid, ghost-like visage. Like a caged and mighty lion that's an hungered strode he trembling up and down the wide apartment. "I am done with salves and unguents and enchantments, all are worthless. 4 long weeks that seem eternal am I forced to curb my longing. Now these walls no more shall hold me, banished from the hunt and forest. Wait, 'tis well nigh Corpus Christi. Thursday next our loudest bugles shall resound near Walkenrieden, and announce within their cloisters how I come to them for penance. Go at once, call Gerhart to me. Albrecht's glances met his cousin's, ere he went to do as bidden. Wulfhilde then approached her father, who had slowly grown more tranquil, yet in measured strides kept pacing, and her arm in his she pleaded with sweet tenderness, "Dear father, canst thou not defer this trial? Thou art still pale, thy wonted vigour has from long confinement suffered." 5 more days till Corpus Christi, he replied, "full time and over, for my strength will now come quickly. First on smaller quarry practice with the crossbow, take the horn owl, sit and rest within the crow lodge." "That I will," the Count assented, "but we hunt on Corpus Christi, dead or living, and I swear it." "Good," said she, "but I'll ride with thee." Chidingly and almost sternly looked the father at his daughter. Then more kindly he responded, "Thou shouldst first try thy fleet red cheek. Learn if he is well conditioned, and the rein now quickly answers. Therefore ride him for a hawking, and let Albrecht be thy escort." Was it lingering glow of sunset that through deep embrasured casement fell upon her golden tresses, and o'erspread her cheeks with roses? Albrecht soon returned with Gerhart. "Now, old fellow, for the hunting," called the Count in tone exultant. "Our good friend of Walkenrieden has sent word that he forbids it. Hear our answer, make all ready for a hunt on Corpus Christi." "Sir, it is the sacred Blood's Day." Timidly the old man faltered. He alone, as eldest, ventured now and then upon remonstrance, though his beaming eye showed clearly how the love of church and hunting in good Gerhart's soul contended. "What of Blood's Day, foolish twaddle? Art thou monk or valiant hunter? Vex me not with errant nonsense," scoffed the Count. "Thyself and Ludolf start out early on the morrow. Track me out a full-branched crown stag. Bear to Wunsch the welcome tidings. Soon we'll hunt, and I shall ride him. He is chafing for the forest." "Sir," spoke Gerhart, "do you truly mean so soon to mount the stallion? He's unruly in the stable. Valentine can scarcely curb him." "Silence, or I'll blow the bugle, swing myself astride the saddle, and all night tear through the forest," roared the wrathful Hackelberend. Gerhart, mumbling, left the chamber, and espied, ere she could vanish, his good wife, the Dame Agneta. Straight she feigned that duties called her to the lonely Bergfried's hallways. "Thou here, woman," scowled the falconer, "fie upon thee, thou hast listened. For thy penance and thy pardon, send me now a well-filled tankard." "Darest thou hunt on Corpus Christi?" quavered piously Agneta. "Silence! Do as I have bidden," ordered Gerhart from the stairway. "What a life of sin and evil," muttered she. "Thou'rt ever tippling." Gerhart joined his hunting comrades in the hall, now brightly lighted by 2 blazy pine-wood torches. Bruno, Valentine, and Ludolf sprawled upon a bench, while Tela leaned against the rock-hewn chimney. And upon the oaken table, with his bandy legs a-dangle, perched the hunchback warder Wenzel, asking each to share the stork drink, measured out to him unstinted. All were gay and making merry, and above the joyful clamour rang a sounding huntsman's chorus. "Away, away, ye huntsmen fleet, who serve a valiant knight. All day about the wood we beat, the chase is our delight. With spear and bow equipped we go, through castle and through hall, we sound our bugle call. Hift, hif, hallo, low, tie you ho, do, re, do. Where hies, where flies the noble deer? Seek, seek, my dog, seek, seek. Sent right and left and far and near, from fen to mountain peak. We heed not thorns, nor hoof nor horns, and ne'er will stay our pace. until we end his race. If, hallo lo, ty-you-ho, do-re-do. Then for the inn and its good cheer, no hunter there fares ill. Enamoured of our wild career, fair maids our tankards fill. Mid merry laugh we pledge and quaff, and sing and dance and play, to chase dull care away. If, hallo lo, ty-you-ho, do-re-do. By my troth thou canst be generous, Wenzel, thus to share thy portion. Gerhart gulped deep from his bumper. Freely drink, for more is coming. Huntsman, hail, we all can pledge thee. And he drained the frothing liquor, while he told his fellow wardens what the count of each expected. Crystal, Wulfhilde's comely handmaid, with a brimming jug now entered. Tarry, lass, and pledge the warder, cried the groom. Why shouldst thou hurry? Huntsman, hail, she gaily answered. And the foaming tanker raising, tittered, laughed, and kept on laughing, till she could not drink a swallow. Taylor threw his arms about her, but the maiden stoutly struggled, and escaped, her kiss withholding. Mid hilarious cheer and laughter, to the lute then sang the warder. A merry crew of four oft met in every kind of weather, and forth upon their way they set, o'er hill and dale together. The name of one was Thirsty Lip, with Laughing Lip much smitten. Another one was Singing Lip, and Kissing Lip his kitten. When Singing Lip a ditty sung, then Kissing Lip would cheer him. When Thirsty Lip the pitcher swung, then Laughing Lip sat near him. When Kissing Lip her mouth would bow, then Singing Lip kept winking. When Laughing Lip her pearls did show, then Thirsty Lip quit drinking. But now from sheerest accident, and then by shy collusion, things pell-mell topsy-turvy went, creating much confusion. The Singing Lip and Laughing Lip got mixed sometimes, no wonder, and Thirsty Lip and Kissing Lip would likewise often blunder. At times it chanced that Singing Lip had thirst that needed quenching, and in his stead then Thirsty Lip sang with a will unflinching, and Laughing Lip in happy vein to kissing turned thereafter, while Kissing Lip could not refrain from hearty peals of laughter. Thus the jolly hunting comrades, with both song and drink, made merry in the castle, till the fleeting hours of night to sleep persuaded, while without the silent moonlight wove its spell o'er all the forest. Valley, rock, and mountain rested, here in light and there in shadow. Deep the stillness, broken only by a distant hooting owlet, and the Boda's waters glided gently past with sheen of silver. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Forest Rest. Cocknells and darnels and quivering grass, with the pink sprays of the heather, buttercups called in a bright golden mass, speedwell and daisies I'll gather. Primrose and fragrant germander between, blend with the honey-filled clover. Forest-grown posies, the daintiest seen, waft your sweet scent to my lover. Singing to her forest brethren, like the spirit of the wildwood, Waldtraut wanders neath its arches, free as are the roving zephyrs, plucking flowers upon her pathway. Here she finds the ants' hill building, there espies an empty bird's nest, peers among the hazel bushes, chides the ones that seem unfruitful, as if a dryad she, or guardian of each gentle sylvan creature. Now she stoops with words of pity for an herb with tear-filled blossoms. Poor waywait, art still forsaken? Hope thou on, for time may bring thee him for whom thou art ever yearning. And she flits along half humming. She waited long, a pale young maid, Lone through the day and night she stayed, for him she loved by the wayside. Wait, said she, though I strike root in ground, till judgment day and trumpet sound, I'll bide for thee by the wayside. Wait. The lad forgot the pledge he gave, and thereupon her lonely grave a floweret blooms by the wayside. Wait. The summer comes, the summer goes, the autumn wind o'er the heather blows, a floweret weeps by the wayside. Wait. As her song's soft cadence ceases, in the brush she hears a rustling, and behold, a fox made captive. Why, thou sly one, where's thy cunning? Thus she playfully salutes him. Thou of all deceit the master, by dull man to be outwitted. Nay, thy snapping will not help thee, but since one must aid one's neighbors, and thou bite not, I will free thee. As the lock yields to her pressure, Reynard, sly and nimble-footed, speeds into the friendly shadows. Gleeful is the maiden's laughter as she sets the trap and baits it. Then she trips along in gladness, all her joy in song outrippling. O bluebells sweet, why do ye ring? Hath aught from life departed? Or were ye witness in the wood where two met loving-hearted? Or know ye where, on lonely paths, my steps and mine go straying? I do not hear your chimes, O bells, but tuneful is your swaying. Ring out the tale to listening leaves, ring out like angels' voices, till every blade and shrub and tree in my great bliss rejoices. Through all the world the wildest search none happier can discover. My heart is full of joy, bluebells, I love and have a lover. Dawn had scarce dispelled the darkness when the falconer and Ludolf crossed the drawbridge for the forest, there to seek the kingly crowned stag, each to search alone till noontide, then to meet beside a brooklet. As the sun rose to mid-heaven, Gerhard neared the rough-hewn turnstile, and within the peaceful shadows sat him on a mossy boulder to await his comrade's coming. Young men better fare than old men, in the chase as in the wooing, grumbled he. But little found I, none of more than 14 branches. That close stepper nigh the cross-path was no quarry for the master. Then his hand delved down the time-worn hunting pouch that held his breakfast. As he cut his meat and piecemeal stuck and raised it on his knife point, on his face, well bronzed and bearded, soon there beamed content and pleasure. Nodding head and clumsy gestures, with a humph and a haw low-spoken, marked his shifting thoughts and musings. Bright small eyes, alert and watchful, glanced good-naturedly about him. Round them played the tiny wrinkles that men jestingly called crow-feet, and beneath his buckskin jerkin, smoother far from length of service than his hands of bark-like roughness, beat a heart to duty faithful, tender, pitying, but fearless. Suddenly he stopped to listen, with a gobbet on his knife-point. "Ho there, rough-tail, little rascal! Well wouldst thou adorn my griddle," laughed he, looking up the beech-tree, where the leaves splashed as a squirrel sprang from branch to branch unfrightened. Sitting up within the shadow on his bushy tail, Sir Bright-Eyes showed the white beneath his belly. Then with lightning speed he scampered in alarm along the branches. Gerhard quickly turned to listen, and heard Ludolf's footsteps rustling through the leaves that, dry and withered, litter all the woodland hollows. Gerhard, as he saw him coming through the light grey stems of beeches, called to him in hunter's parlance, "Ho, ho, good hunter, what since dawn hast thou from its cover drawn?" Ludolf readily gave answer, "Ho, ho, dear hunter, the signs are clear, a boar with tusks, a chase-worthy deer. Ho, ho, that fills the heart with cheer. Sitting down beside the falconer, he described to him minutely all the sundry signs and traces he'd discovered in his searching, spoke of deer returns and changes, of their harbor, runways, lodges, what their slot had indicated, how a crown stag had with antlers bruised and twisted leaves and branches, of the 72 tokens known to hunters skilled in woodcraft. He of this and that made mention, pointing to the game's near presence. 'Twas in short, by measure proven, that the stag, whose trail he followed, had full 22 branches. Well content, the waggish falconer asked again in huntsman's jargon, "Hunter, canst thou tell me true, what is whiter than the snow, and is blacker than the crow, greener than the pine is clad, shrewder than the hunter's lad?" Ludolf paused, but soon retorted, "Day is whiter than the snow, night is blacker than the crow, hope the freshest green can show, and a bonny lass is ever than a hunter's lad more clever." And he thereupon made ready to return within the forest. "Whither goest thou?" Gerhardt asked him. "To the fox trap that I baited." "Go then, leave with huntsman hail, may God's help thee never fail." Ludolf in return saluted, "Dear hunter, thee I too bid hail, God's blessing with us both prevail." Well upon his errand started, Gerhardt's jesting words o'ertook him. "Hear my warning, brave young master, and avoid all aged women, for ill luck they bring the hunter." "I'll take heed," he laughed in answer. "Oh, a deer with 20 branches, and a damsel sweet and comely, set the hunter's heart to beating." To himself the old man mumbled. Ludolf hastened through the forest, till he reached the baited fox trap. Still it stood as he had set it, but he eyed it with suspicion. "Zounds, what's this?" he cried in wonder. "There's no doubt the bait was nibbled. Here of blood I see a driblet, and a flock of fur, a fox's. Who has dared to meddle with it, dared to free what here was captured, then reset the trap so poorly? That was never done by huntsman." Wondering still, he hears distinctly sounds like faintly smothered laughter, and behold, but little distant, from behind a giant beech tree, peers a roguish face half hidden. "Waldtraut, thou art the culprit!" And he makes a bound to reach her. But she springs with squirrel swiftness round the beech, her merry laughter deep within the forest ringing. Oft in vain he tries to catch her, but the wary maid escapes him. Long they thus chase one another, circling round among the beech trees, till the cheeks of both are glowing. But at last he overtakes her, and her breathless mouth oft kisses, both her arms around him twining, heartily with forest freshness. She returns his fond caresses. "Now deliver up my captive, or be one thyself," he banters. "Oh, the fox sends thee his greeting. Look, he ran round yonder hillock. Haste, make haste, thou still mayest catch him." "What, thou gavest the fox his freedom?" he exclaims in feigned displeasure. "Tell me how to punish fitly such a rogue and good for nothing. Dost thou think I'd leave in peril any of my woodland brethren? They would come in hosts to aid me, if I were beset by danger. This time then thou'lt be forgiven, but be sure that in the future I shall keep the trap well hidden." Happily they sauntered onward, golden sunbeams downward streaming, played along their quiet pathway, standing out athwart the twilight, like the gilded stripe that crosses field of dark upon a scutcheon. In the mellow rays there hovered myriads of motes and atoms, and a host of gleaming insects with their shining wings and armor, humming, buzzing, up and downward. Suddenly, as if in concert, motionless they paused, suspended in the air, afloat and lifeless, till they darted quickly sidewise, as an alien kind approached them. Round the silvery trunks of beeches fitful changing lights were flitting, and so lucent and transparent shone the verdant, sap-filled leaflets, that the tiny veins outbranching could be traced in their minuteness. In the moss's own dense forest, on the blades and slender stalk-masts, through the twisted, curly lichens, climbed and straggled horny beetles, brilliant in their bronze and steel blue. As if drunk with air and sunlight, reeled gay butterflies, and staggered from one chalice to another, fluttering on from flower to flower, till o'ercome by leaden fragrance, high they joined their wings for slumber. Grains of sand and gravel glistened where the glaring sunbeams shimmered on the bare and barren patches, and upon the boulders sparkled crystal quartz and silver mica. In the sunshine basked a lizard. Lone a spinner crossed the pathway, hobbling on his giddy stilt legs. Through the wood reigned deepest silence. 'Twas the restful hour of noontide, and a golden glimmer wavered through the air, serene and breathless. Straying sounds at times came floating, as if from some boundless distance. Game of every kind had vanished, and 1,000 birds were songless, drowsing in the upper branches. Every eyelid drooped in languor, save alone the love awakened. 'Neath a shading giant oak tree, Ludolf and his loved one rested. Couched upon the yielding mosses, Waldtraut's head and straying tresses in her lover's arms lay pillowed. With her eyes so blue and tender, she looked up to him confiding, as a child looks from its cradle, while she loosened from her bodice sprays of flowers which she fastened on the hunter's leathern jerkin. Steadfast gazed he down upon her, deep into her eyes and deeper, and he looked with love and longing on her swelling lips of crimson, that allured him by their beauty like to full-blown fragrant roses. Truly these were magic roses, charming him to sip their sweetness, yet no thunderclap resounded to transform his forest princess into legend's gruesome monster. Still he saw her sweet and gentle. Now a ladybird flew toward her, spotted black and red, alighting on her hand she gaily asked him, "Canst thou tell of this the import?" Wedding gloves foretells the beetle, for the hand on which it settles. Crawling o'er her palm the insect fell by chance into its hollow, lying there without a motion, straight upon its feet she turned it. "Wait," said Ludolf, "watch it struggle, see if it gets up unaided." "Fie," chid Waldtraut, "let it struggle. Giving aid to any creature as it lies in pain or helpless is for 7 sins remission." "7 sins?" said Ludolf, laughing. "Tell me of a sin, my sweetheart, that bears heavy on thy conscience." "I am sinning now," she answered, "by such waste of time in chatting. Look, the sun, 'tis past the midday, and I must no longer loiter. For today my aged grandam from the valley comes to see us." They arose and strolled together, hand in hand amid the stillness. When at last they neared the coal kiln, and the smoke above the tree-tops warned them that their tryst was ended. There, as from the ground arisen, Collier Fulrot stood and faced them. Gloomy was his sooty visage, large and powerful his figure, strong of bone in limb and body. Waldtraut started sorely frightened, and withdrew her hand from Ludolf's. But the angry Collier shouted, "What dost thou beside my daughter? Let me meet ye so together once again, and both shall rue it." "Master Fulrot, there's no danger for thy child with my protection. God knows I speak true," said Ludolf. "I will look to her protection," roared the Collier, "and I warn you, hunters all, to keep your distance." Calmly spoke the sturdy huntsman. "Let me give thee well-meant counsel. Let me warn thee of my master, who is tracking down the poacher that goes hunting in his forest. He has sworn to kill the culprit." Fulrot winced, and then he answered, with a laugh both wild and scornful, "Save thy precious wisdom, milksop. Let the Count himself, thy master, bring no further hardship on us. or the peasant soon will settle by the right of might his grudges, long laid up against the barons. If he waits until the league shoe raises through the Hartz its banner, he will rue his stubborn blindness. Turning quickly to his daughter, he commanded her to leave them. Trembling stood the downcast maiden, while hot tears betrayed her anguish, and her eyes in silent sorrow sought the steadfast eyes of Ludolf. Low she wept as she departed. Heavy-hearted, yet not hopeless, Ludolf took the homeward pathway. Gloomy thoughts now darkly flitted through his mind, and deep he pondered how to win the trust and favour of the wrathful sullen collier, how to stay the deadly peril that now threatened Waldtraut's father, how he too, although forbidden, might still meet his forest sweetheart. All of this, with hoping, dreading, forming plans but to reject them, weighed he in his heart's depression, scarcely minding where he wandered, when an old decrepit woman, pacing slow, came limping toward him. Ill my luck, there comes the evil, 'tis the hag of Gerhardt's warning. As the two drew near each other, in the path she paused and waited, bending low beneath the burden of the many years she carried. On a crutch she feebly rested, looking up at him intently. From her withered, sallow visage, furrowed by 1,000 wrinkles, peered a pair of eyes resembling those of owls, large, grey, and glowing. Ludolf thought to pass in silence, but she hailed him with the greeting. "May God bless thee, fair young hunter." "Bless thee also," muttered Ludolf. "Canst thou tarry but a little? Let me scan thy face, I beg thee. There's a line that I have noted 'twixt thy brows of special promise. Tell me, 'neath what constellation wast thou born, my good young huntsman?" "What is that to thee?" growled Ludolf. "Be not vexed with me, I pray thee. Dost not know me? I am Olka. Does not know old Mother Olka? Show thy hand that I may read it. No, the right one. Why, God bless thee. My own grandchild has such markings. Strange that thine should be like Waldtraut's. Thou art startled? Did my fingers hurt thee? They are hard and bony." Ludolf shook his head, bewildered, smiling like a bashful maiden. Then her every word he heeded, and she spoke while closely scanning all the palm lines of the hunter. Widely branches out the headline, round the thumb, and great its power. So the sun line of honour, is distinct upon the table. There's a well-formed cave of Martin. Deep and safe's the Venus girdle, but the mount of Saturn warns thee. Dost thou care to know, young huntsman, what concerns thy fate and fortune? Ludolf eagerly assented. "Many years of life are promised. To thy name will much be added, but the best of all the prizes is the one that love will grant thee. Well-a-day, a sign here tells me, with my very kith and kindred thou wilt come in closer union. But a line here points to bloodshed. Danger, too, thou wilt encounter. Shouldst thou pass it, then will follow other hardships, angry quarrels, flames and smoke and murder see I, though thou dost not cause nor bring them, nor without thee could they happen. But no more, for often knowledge brings us pain and hastens evil. Nay, but tell me, Mother Fulrot." "Now begged, Ludolf. I will pay thee, and will ever be beholden." "No, my lad, I take no money. I want neither thanks nor payment, but we'll meet again, and often." Then she turned and hobbled onward. Ludolf, deeply stirred, departed, pondering long and ever seeing Waldtraut in the midst of danger, and he vowed within his bosom with his utmost strength to shield her. But as oft as he glanced backward, he saw Mother Olka standing, looking round at him and nodding, speaking and with gestures beckoning, though her words he heard no longer. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz. by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Stag Hunt. Ye sleepers awaken, the mist veil ascends, the east with an ocean of fire now blends. High mountain crests glisten, first kissed by a ray. The songsters make ready to hail the new day. Come on, ye good comrades, and follow the trail. The fragrance of blossoms fills upland and dale. A draught that refreshes, then hie to the wood. The life of a hunter is joyful and good. Thus from the Bergfried's turret chamber the warder greets the dawn of day, and with the merry song commingles the starling's pipe, the lark's sweet lay. Aurora's rosy blushes mantle the massive moss-clad walls of stone, and on each casement's sparkling mirror a flood of glowing flame is thrown. With break of day the chase companions slip on their hunting garb with speed, attend to hounds and groom the horses, and choose the weapons for their need. The serving men and maids all hasten, and help Agneta to prepare neat viands for the saddle pouches, and flagons safe in wickerware. Wulfhilde rises from her pillow as dawn dispels the mists below. A cooling bath once more refreshes her youthful body's rosy glow. The Count, by his impatience tortured, oft scanned the east with restless gaze. The night half sped still found him wakeful, or captive in a dream-spun maze. In vain he strove to gain a hillside, but all his efforts went amiss, when with a rush the stallion bore him far down a yawning precipice. A wounded bear did next pursue him. He blew his horn, it gave no sound, and springing up, chagrined and rueful, instead of dawn, dense darkness found. Again he dreamed, to stab a roebuck, he'd thrown himself upon his knee, when suddenly he wide awakened to hear his own loud hallali. He flings the ponderous casement open to cool his temples in the breeze. A hunter free, O wind, thou roamest, while I, enthralled, find no release. Then listens in its wonted channel, not but the murmuring stream he hears. Against his cheek his bow he presses, yet stays his hand till day appears. Will morning ne'er this darkness vanish? O night, I curse thy snail-like pace. 'Tis light I want, light, light to hunt by, as long as there's a deer to chase. In vain he rails and chafes impatient, the light no faster speeds through space, till lo, the pines, high on the summits, behold the sun's effulgent face. Then sings the warder from the tower, and hard upon his song of morn, the knight hears stamping on the cobbles, enticing blares the bugle horn. He soon descends, and to the greetings of Huntsman hail gives like replies. Around the court casts searching glances, and as his daughter he espies, her brow with tenderness he kisses, then hastens to his neighing steed, a horse unmatched in all creation, in either form or strength or speed. His swelling veins seem almost bursting, with dauntless metal gleams his eye, as if upborne by hidden pinions, he'd with the soaring storm king vie. The Count leaps lightly to the saddle, when rearing, pitching, whirling round, Wunsch dashes off in mad endeavor to hurl his rider to the ground. The Count betrays no agitation, and statue-like unmoved appears. His heart amid the ordeal and danger beats ever calm, devoid of fears, and snorting, plunging, wildly leaping, the steed careers on freedom bent, till conscious he has found his master, subdued he stands, his fury spent. Now for the wood, his eager escort, the knight with buoyant heart leads on. Young Albrecht at the side of Wulfhilde, the others follow one by one. save Ludolf, who beneath the starlight to trace the stag had gone ahead. For him and Taily, with his kennel, 2 horses by the rein are led. Away, away, the chase, ye hunters! With but one thought all hearts beat high. Dew sparkles in the morning sunshine, and hunter's joy in every eye. The signs they follow in the forest that Ludolf marked from place to place, by broken twigs and twisted saplings, so they with ease their course can trace. Their ride is long, and oft they signal with bugle and loud hunting cry. They listen for response from Ludolf, but wait in vain for his reply. At last they hear, like chimes far distant, or vari faintly from a horn. The pack with yelps the signal answers, all with a rush are onward borne. They ride as if for pending wager. Ho, ho, ty-yo-ho, come on, they cheer. Through copse and fen till Ludolf hails them, with Telly bringing up the rear. A merry chase thy horn hath led us, the Count exclaims, nor did we lag. Alas, Sir Count, your haste was needless, loud noises frightened off the stag. The peasants marched across the forest, with song and banners in their train, to sacred service in the convent, and thus my efforts all were vain. For this which drove him to his covert, the Walkenriedens are to blame. He will return as shadows lengthen. I've marked where we can bag the game. Ye monks, descendants of the devil, who are forever in my way, I'll settle with ye, saintly villains, and soon yield me to fast and pray. Thus fumes the Count, then gives the order, take off the saddles while we wait. Spread out the luncheon, pass the tankards, we'll camp here since we stay till late. The steeds are left to graze contented, accustomed in the wood to roam. The men stretch out upon the greensward, and rest within their forest home. Here tarry they, attack their luncheon, and pass the flowing beakers round. To while away the hour more swiftly, hilarious songs and jokes resound. They see, whilst their repast enjoying, a wandering student drawing near. Behold, the Count calls out, an offspring of that detested tribe comes here. Whence hailst thou in thy dusty tatters, whom naught can e'er with toil acquaint? Thy face suffices to condemn thee. Pray, whom avowest thou thy saint? Thus rudely he accosts the vagrant, who stops and keenly glances round, reflecting, Gad, but he's a sharp one, methinks I've stepped on slippery ground. Then speaks, my sail is ever hoisted, my monastery's all the world. The rules that bind me song and frolic, and 'neath each tree my tent's unfurled. Good, laughs the Count, a lucky meeting, the while we lounge here on the grass. Invoke for us a hunter's blessing, and read to us a hunter's mass. But mind, the mass must not be tedious. No huntsman is repentant long. His sins are very soon forgotten. He loves the chase, good cheer and song. The willing rover answers fiat, no longer timid in his speech. But pardon, long has been my journey, and I must drink ere I can preach. Then at a single draught he empties the brimming tankard's foaming store, and nimbly leaps upon a boulder, fit pulpit for such an orator. Now to the listening congregation delivers he a sermon spiced with bits of macronic Latin, impromptu, duly emphasized. Salvete, fratres, in sancto Huberto. Open your ears now, credita experto. O ye huntsmen on the ground, as I the gospel's truth expound. Behold in me an apostolum, who is amid you heathen sent. To oust the malum diabolum, the hunting devil here is meant, who burr-like ever to you clings, as to a tree the parasite, and to each soul destruction brings, whence peace forever takes its flight. I come here timely to admonish, ere in his wrath the Lord shall punish. But in sooth I am perplexed, where to find a fitting text. Hence must I ad exercitium nostrum preach according to my rostrum. I need not ask you what your credo, O miserere potius obscedo. You believe the hare and deer live to die by bow and spear. They appear upon the table as the wolf did in the fable. Cease your slaughter and offense, make an honest living hence. To perdition leads each vice, such as swearing, drink, and dice. Et dum nos blosse brohadum tumpum, tolunt laetissime canem et bumpum. Quartum semper excipit quintus, ad infinitum dum nihil est intus. Revile and vex ecclesiam scisam, and never come ad sanctam missam. To holy church make no concession, no offering and no confession, and ye ignore the convent's claim to share in every kind of game. Heads of boar and sides of deer we'd accept with thanks sincere. Is it that ye doubt and question if it's well for our digestion? Sad mistake, errare humanum, non nocet ecclesia donum profanum. Huntsman vulgo venatores habent amores plus quam mores. Toward the maids ye ill behave, and no rosy lips are safe. Libido favorit asculum, ye deem all a flosculum. Yet I single out the wrong of a flippant, reckless tongue. Ye with hardened conscience glory in the biggest hunting story. With one shaft 10 ducks ye scored, tied 3 bears with single cord. Maids, who for you pine and linger, ye claim one for every finger. And again, ere deep ye sink, shun the diabolum drink. If there's urgent thirst to quench, sit not singly on the bench. Seek ye one with whom to sip, who will a good fellowship. Take, I say, a spiritual man, to ban the spirit in the can. Hence, if there comes a pious potter, or perchance a younger frater, or belike a wandering student, good treatment is but just and prudent, and with such a pious crew, an extra cup no harm will do. As ye befriend the Lord's ordained, reward eternal will be gained. The service must not be too long. Amen, we'll finish with a song. But ere a single note he uttered, the Count spoke out with hearty will. Now shouldst thou have an intermission, and from this tankard drink thy fill. Thou hast berated us severely, but I will graciously forbear. 'Tis clear to me thou art no hunter, yet share with us our hunter's fare. Thy throat must sadly mean a moistening. Come, brother bunghole, dine thou first, for there are left thee ample remnants, and wine to quench thy boundless thirst. There was no need of further urging, one never known the cup to slight. He drank, and stroked his belly, and stowed away with all his might. But when at last the glutton halted, unused to this abundant fare, he could suppress his glee no longer, with eyes that sparkled sat he there, a happy and contented toper, and kindled by an impulse strong, he raised again his wine-filled goblet, and lustily began his song. The worst I know of earthly strife is that it ends too soon. Had I 1,000 years of life, I'd call the cup a boon. Though loud the cock crew in the morn, fast to the bench I'd cling, and hence I'd vow I'd not be torn, but drum and thump and sing. Gling, glang, gloria, potore est victoria. Then let the clinkling mugs resound, the while they make their reeling round. The world's a puzzling place to me, in truth I must opine. But what of that, since I am free, and young with ancient wine? The comrade true, the buxom maid, the fullest bowl I'll claim, and of my conscience unafraid, make joyous life my aim. Gling, glang, gloria, potore est victoria. Then let the clinging mugs resound, the while they make their reeling round. The very last sip and the very last kiss may bring me to a halt. Till then methinks 'tis not amiss the flagon to exalt. As each good man his portion sups, that 'neath the welkin ring the rattling, battling din of cups, as revelling we sing. Glang, glang, gloria, potori est victoria. Then let the clinking mugs resound, the while they make their reeling round. Then he arose, his thanks to render, and as he left in merry mood, strode briskly on without a stumble, till he had vanished in the wood. The hours have sped, and now the hunters bestride their saddled steeds again. They swiftly ride along in silence through shady woodland, brake, and glen. Soon they espy the telltale footprints that serve them as a trusty guide. Then on the eager huntsmen gallop, now firmly seated for the ride. The straining hounds are freed from leashes and set at once upon the track. They scent and follow quick the traces, wild through the thicket sweeps the pack. Fast after them the hunters hasten, and joyful beats the hunter's heart. Each casts about to sight the quarry, and to the right and left they part. Ho, 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 there he's flying, the archer cries. Give chase, here, here, ahead, ahead, on, pursue him. Halloo, halloo, the noble deer. He guides them with his sharp, shrill signals. Responses come from far and near. The sound of horns and hunters cheering throughout the wood rings in the ear. And tempest-like they all dash forward, impetuous o'er the trackless course. The forest lists, the air is trembling, both spur and thorn goad on the horse. Proud flies the deer, a forest monarch, his antlered crown he stretches back. Twigs creak and snap, and branches rustle, as foemen crowd upon his track. Here bugles call, there shouts and voices. Halloo, the deer resounds. Amid the tramp of speeding coursers, and even louder bay the hounds. Into the wood at frantic gallop, the steeds they madly onward urge, without a halt, through copse and thicket, mid shrubs that light green billows surge. Now vanishes beneath the branches a single horseman pressing on. Another darts o'er bright-lit meadows, his weapon glittering in the sun. They crash through sturdy hazel bushes, and through a hedge their horses tear. Their colors glint, and their locks wave wildly, affrighted scamper doe and hare. Astride of a spirited chestnut is Albrecht. Wulfhilde on red cheek soars well in the lead. Ahead of them all, for hazard or venture, Count Hackelberend fleets on his furious steed. The horses, though dripping, continue the struggle. With baying and yelping on follows each hound. Shy flutter the birds, the tree tops all quiver, the flowers and grasses bow low to the ground. Hot rages the race across gullies and boulders. Where is he? Where is he? The deer, ho, ho! A hairbreadth off saves them from trees in their courses. He's coming, hello, hello! Their cheeks are aglow, and their hearts are fast throbbing. Hello, hello! Seek, gif, gaff! Their eyes flashing fire, hot faces perspiring. Tra-ra, hift, cliff, claff. The forest is whirling, trees turning and dancing. Hoo, duck, hello and hello. With a rush and a roar, they fly through vast spaces. Duck, lululu, dorido. And ever the hart, fleeting on, still eludes them, with branching attire as if decked with a crown. Now uphill and downhill, now hither, now thither. They chase him, they'll follow until he is down. The din now is nearing, again it is distant, with horsemen and bugles and pack in full cry. Or sunlight, or moonlight, or starlight above them, they see not and care not, but wildly rush by. No halt, no rest, no spell for breathing. The heated rider in his speed takes scarcely time to ope his jerkin, and flecked with foam is every steed. But with the sinking sun they falter, as slowly wanes their measured strength, and with their panting dogs the huntsmen, outworn and lame, turn home at length. Wulfhilde and her escort, Albrecht, on mettled steeds still forward press. resolved in fealty to follow the Count within the wilderness. But as they ride through gathering shadows or tangling vines, the young knight calls, "Beware thee lest thy red cheek stumble when down Wulfhilde's palfrey falls." The horse with straining muscles rises, regains his feet, and turns in flight, while Albrecht hastes to raise Wulfhilde, who soon recovers from her fright. With smiling face she leans upon him, and little heeds her foot's dull pain. He leads her to his empty saddle, and with his aid she mounts again. But as he strides along beside her, Wulfhilde urges him to ride. "Dear cousin, if thy steed but paces, he'll carry thee and me beside." Then as he swings himself behind her, and firmly of the reins takes hold, the arms of Wulfhilde twine around him, his face is kissed by strands of gold. She feels his breath, and in sweet rapture leans softly on his knightly breast. Her bosom heaves, and she abandons herself to happiness and rest. The way is long, yet both in silence ride slowly toward their castle home, while secret thoughts and unshared wishes ascend the mystic starlit dome. The Count speeds on with Wunsch and Villa, and knows not that he is alone, or that the thundering din of horses has long since ceased except his own. The golden sun of even flashes, but he sees not the world ablaze. He feels not that the thorn has scratched him, or that the branches beat his face. Dank vapors rise and darkness gathers, the night o'er all its mantle throws. He heeds it not, while hotly hammers the blood that through his temples flows. The glimmering moon ascends the heavens, and floats above a silvery fleece. The knight beholds it not, but eager upon pursuit will know no peace, until he takes this prize before him, the proudly antlered royal game. For this he soul and body hazards, and this has set his heart aflame. He presses on close by the convent. The chapel windows, arched and long, are brightly lit, and through the stillness float cadences of sacred song. Then in a pause between responses, the Count blows from his bugle horn shrill fanfares toward the sanctuary to flaunt defiance and his scorn. He laughs and scoffs. "Bald-pated villains, who prate of punishment in hell, now know ye how Hans Hackelberend regards the limit of your bell." Once more, unpitying, he presses his spur into the stallion's side. Once more into the forest charges, without a sign or light to guide. And Villa howls along in fury, and on their desperate way they go, while the Count cries on and urges, "Wunsch, Villa, seek, hallo, hallo!" Like tempest roars and onward rushes the maddening chase through wood and brake, as if the rocks had burst asunder and thunder followed in their wake. When suddenly the steed, affrighted, cuts short the reckless frantic ride. He rears and plunges, backward bracing, refusing to advance a stride. He snorts and stamps, his body trembling, then crouching low he will not move. His eyes protrude, his nostrils quiver, and spur and urging useless prove. The Count dismounts, and Villa cowers, his fearless courage all forgot. Both he and Wunsch, as if by magic, seem fixed to this mysterious spot. Adown the slope rise forest giants, and boulders huge and mossy hang. Beyond spreads out a boggy meadow, where ne'er a peasant's sickle rang. There it comes, a swelling crescent through the moonlight and the mists of eve. Has flesh and blood this surging current, or can the mind such phantoms weave? It lives and stirs with ghostly motion, like human bodies, rows of dead, from grave arisen, horror-shapen. The Count stands dazed and numb with dread. Then cold the sweat starts on his forehead. He cannot flee, nor move a limb. The weight of mountains is upon him, while they draw near and nearer him. His heart at last regains its valor. He gazes at the spectral train. "The Wotan host," he faintly mutters, and leans on Wunsch support to gain. With staff in hand, old faithful Varner benignly, gravely leads the van, who has full knowledge of the future, and knows each secret wish of man. He slowly nods his head, and sadly upon the Count directs his eye, and with a solemn incantation he points his staff up toward the sky. Next comes in majesty and grandeur a form upon a noble steed. He follows close behind the leader, and to the knight pays little heed, while round and round about his charger the two grey wolves trot lean and grim, and o'er his head the pair of ravens again in flight encircle him. Beside him rides his godlike consort, who in her hand the distaff holds. Along the palfrey's side float trailing her garment's snowy, glistening folds. Then follow men of giant stature in skins of bison and of bear, with heads of horned wild beasts for helmets, 'neath which rough-bearded faces stare. Next mounted huntsmen come in squadrons, and hordes with arms of ancient mould, but in their veins no life-blood courses, nor breathe they, all are stark and cold. And in the long extended column that stretches out across the dale are lovely women, high on horses, whose beauty naught but night mists veil. They gently nod and beckon sadly with long and white and languid hands, and with a face as pale and dreary the moon peers o'er the spectral bands. Thus floats along the weird procession, from hoof, from sword, from shield, no sound. All mute and silent, songless, toneless, a nether world above the ground. The mist that shrouds the ghostly faces dissolves and rends the filmy veil, like fluttering locks or mantles swaying, its shimmering skirts low surging trail. Distinctly now appears the figures, as through a cloud rift in a dream, now as in gauzes thin enfolded, uncertain, dim and vague they seem. And slowly passing through the woodland, this pageant from the shades of death, from darkness comes, to darkness gathers, and fades away like mortal breath. The Count stands dazed as he were blinded, yet long has passed the dismal train. He does not mount, but homeward turning, leads on the stallion by the rein. The soul that never bent or yielded is now the prey of nameless dread. The demon fear his throat is clutching, wild terror crouches o'er his head. For he has seen great Woden muster his levies from the spirit land. To him the midnight horde has beckoned, his day of death is near at hand. The judge on high has sent his warning, the Lord at whom he oft has jeered, now but to pray for one short moment, and ere he dies of sin be cleared. Ah, look! Beneath yon branching linden, high on the rock-strewn mountainside, stands out distinctly in the moonlight a cross that bears the crucified, the carven image of the Saviour with arms and hands extended wide. There offers him eternal mercy, and he surrenders all his pride. And here alone with Wunsch and Villa, who in his many sins had shared, it seemed within the forest stillness an inner voice to him declared, before the sorrowing Redeemer, whose sinless suffering for us died, bow down thy heart and clear thy conscience, and mercy will not be denied. Then to the cross without a witness, with head uncovered, staggers he. His soul repentant craves salvation, and he will bend his stubborn knee. But hark! Afar he hears the tolling, now full and deep, of convent bells. "What?" he cries. "You mean to force me to penance as your letter tells? No, no, I will not kneel before thee, thou make-believe of wooden paint, thou fellow of yon spectral vision, with ghosts of eld goes mythic saint. And though the millions come to worship, I alone oppose thee here. Yea, challenge thee to mortal combat, for all my strength I have no fear. 'Tis said that shooting at thy image the archer's bow and arrow charms, and lest a deer again escape me, my mark be thou with outstretched arms. This very day of Corpus Christi I'll prove to thee my long-felt scorn, and thy descent from cross I'll hasten with my good shaft, thou mortal born. He quickly grasps and bends his crossbow to do the deed thus rashly planned, but Wunsch rubs gently 'gainst his shoulder, and Villa warmly licks his hand. Ah, would ye, faithful friends, thus warn me, or are ye with them in a league? He pats the horse and fondles Villa. No, no, ye are above intrigue. And in the moonlight there beside them, he lifts his voice. Christ Jesus, tell, if through thy death and guiltless suffering thou savest man from lasting hell, is there, forsooth, a life hereafter, a heaven of eternal bliss? Or, taught by falsehood and invention, are hope and fear alike amiss? Oh, give a token, beckon to me, wilt pardon grant if I repent? Withhold not, save me now or never, I am upon thy answer bent. And while he lists on dying breezes that play about his fevered brow, there floats a bell's slow mournful cadence. The monks reply, O cursed be thou, with whom hypocrisy and priestcraft go hand in hand throughout the world. Thou idol, scarecrow, by my arrow be thou from thy high station hurled. He snatches from his back the weapon, puts on a shaft and bends the bow. That instant, by his voice affrighted, before his eyes there runs a doe. He sees it not, but hears the bell toll. Unswerving he takes steady aim. The shaft strikes sharp and shrill the timber, and shivers through the Saviour's frame. The Count his bosom clutches quickly. He feels a sudden stinging pain. A moment full of mortal anguish. The convent bell is mute again. A storm roars from the mountain summits, and deafening thunder claps resound. His body shattered into pieces, the Son of God lies on the ground. The Count no longer thinks of dying, the gain of heaven or its loss. Firm in the stirrup turns he homeward, and leaves his arrow in the cross. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Next Shot. In the morn the castle servants were, as wont, within the gate tower for the early draught assembled. One and all, the hunters, wardens, Dame Agneta, and the women sat around the oaken table. But instead of chat and banter that lent cheer to all their gatherings, now a doleful silence brooded, for their thoughts dwelt on the stag hunt, and its fruitless unknown ending. Dame Agneta first gave vent to her ill humor. "'Tis no wonder that the 22 antlers yesterday slipped through your fingers. Badly lamed and jaded horses is what comes of sinful hunting on the holy Corpus Christi. Elsbeth, tell me," she continued, "how's the foot of thy young mistress?" "Oh, the foot is least. I'm certain she has lain the whole night sleepless, for her eyes are red with weeping, and she looks so wan and wretched." "There," exclaimed Dame Agneta, "said I not I heard her sobbing as I passed along the hallway? Fie, thou ever-listening gossip! Woman, mend thy ways, chid Gerhart. "One thing I would fain unriddle," quoth the groom. "What evil fortune has upon our master fallen? Wunsch and Villa mope and shiver. 'Tis as if the Blocksberg witches had flown over them at midnight." "In the early morn," said Taili, "as I stepped into his chamber, in his restless sleep he muttered, 'Woda, Woda, there I see them, there they vanish in the distance.'" "Said he that? Then God have mercy," cried out Gerhart, sore affrighted. "He's the Wotan host encountered after midnight in the forest. He whose mortal eyes behold it has the powers above offended. But the host moves after Yuletide, ere the 12th night, and no later," Ludolf argued. All the greater is the cause for fear, cried Gerhart. Did ye lasses cease your spinning? Asked Agneta. Be ye cautioned. If at night the Voda passes, all that turns must stop directly, be it spindle, cart, or mill wheel. Were the doors shut tightly, Wenzel? Anxiously inquired the falconer. Where in line 3 doors stand open, there he has unhindered passage, and throughout the year then follow only evil, strife, and sickness. Sight the devil, quick you'll have him, warned Agneta. Things are going to the bad o'er all the country. Ask friend Wenzel if they be not. Yes, said he, while ye were hunting, Truda's lover from the smeltery came and told us of the peasants, who in mighty hordes are coming to lay waste and burn and murder. They are called the needy Conrad, and the league shoe is the emblem that they carry on their banners. Thomas Münzer is their leader, he of Stolzberg in our mountains. Boldly they demand that ground rent, interest, taxes, tithes, and tenure at one stroke be all abolished. And they ask a fair partition, both of timberlands and pastures. If the barons in their castles slight these many claims for justice, if they scorn the needy Conrad, they will surely rue their folly. When the Leaguers once have triumphed, they will rouse old Barbarossa, sitting in Kifhoitza castle, with his beard grown through the table, that he may restore their freedom with a charter for their warrant. Far and wide extends the rising, spreading over all the empire, in Franconia and Alsatia, Switzerland and on the Danube, in Thuringia and the Breisgau. Unrestrained the rebels riot. Evil tidings, grumbled Gerhart. See to armor, walls, and weapons, that we may defeat and hurl them bleeding from the castle ramparts, when they come for contribution. Heeding Gerhart's timely warning, after their repast the huntsmen gathered all their trusty weapons, looked to coats of mail and bucklers, sharpened spears and rusty halberds, split and shaped hard wood for arrows, while Agneta weighed and counted all the stores within the cellars, so they lack not for subsistence if the castle were invested. Thus its liegemen all made ready to avert the threatened danger. Sitting desolate in her chamber, with one hand her cheek supporting, gazed Wulfhilde down the valley, where the gleaming Boda rippled, gently here and there in ferment, foaming over polished pebbles. Near a pair of wagtails flitted, darting after dancing midges, for their second brood of nestlings. But the tear-wet eyes of Wulfhilde heeded not what lay before them. Often rose her sighing bosom, while in low and broken accents fell from lips that sadly quivered. Oh, that thou might cease thy beating, heart forlorn, with anguish stricken! Blissful dreams have long beguiled thee, all have vanished, flown forever. Thou canst never more possess him, for he loves thee not, and hopeless is thy fond desire. Thy dreams were vain and empty, thee he loves not. Yester eve, when riding homeward, I embraced him. Oh, the rapture! 'Twas but once, one sacred moment, never more. Oh, full and burning beat my heart upon his bosom. But his own he locked within him, and my love was not admitted. Even with my arms about him, still he seemed a senseless statue. Cold as dew his look and word were. Scorned my love is, and rejected. What? Rejected? Never, never will I bear the slight. No knight shall ever vaunt of this. Nay, rather, let my poor heart break. But never, never must he know. Away, tears, smile, ye eyes, and thou be silent. Albrecht, too, was in his chamber, but his face was lit with gladness. On the table, near the casement, stood a basket with 2 pigeons. Almost tenderly he watched them, while they, cooing, pecked the kernels, that he freely strewed around them. Then indited he his letter. Heather Rose, my own dear sweetheart, both the pigeons, swiftly flying, with thy precious written message, safely reach this moated castle. One tonight shall bear my letter back to her whose love has blessed me. Look forth, thou, await its coming, as of old did Father Noah from the ark upon the mountain. And may love's own goddess save it from the kite's and hawk's sharp talons. Heather Rose, thou thinks thy lover is at Treyseborg held captive by the eyes of his fair cousin? Have no fear, for now as ever I am thine, thy steadfast lover. And when in the bright-hued forest leaves begin to fall in autumn, then for home my horse I'll saddle, swiftly hie to thee and linger through long days of joy unmeasured. And thy dewy lips, rose-petalled, will with kisses bid me welcome. Fare thee well, my heather rosebud. May God's angels safely shield thee, and their wings ward off all evil. Then with silken cord securely fastened he the folded missive 'neath the pinion of the pigeon. Let it fly through open casement, watching it afar and saying, "Bear love's message to my sweetheart." And the Count, did he not stagger 'neath his load of sin tremendous? Did the solid ground sustain him in his sacrilege so monstrous? Night still brooded o'er the mountains when he reached the glooming castle, threw himself upon his pillow, and exhausted sank in slumber that deep wrapped his restless spirit. In the morning, slowly rousing, he recalled his wild adventure as a vague, half-dreamt illusion, until waking memory startled, and the truth dawned full upon him. Penitent? No, not an instant, for the wickedness committed failed to rouse or prick his conscience. What were lawless deeds but noble in a man of dauntless mettle, who not hopes and whom not frightens? In the broad, clear light of morning vanished too the dread of phantoms, and the only grief that vexed him was his failure in the stag hunt. Ere the night I'll test the saying, know if my right arm be palsied, and my bow and shaft enchanted by the piercing of the image. Thinking thus, he took his weapons, ordered Bruno not to follow, as had been the archer's custom, and to Villa did not whistle. All alone he sought the forest, roving through its endless mazes, while he marveled at the absence of all game. At last he sighted, up beneath the clouds, an eagle, far beyond the flight of arrow, and it seemed to him an omen that the keen-eyed royal robber flew above him in wide circles. "Draw'st thou o'er my head a halo?" Thus he jeeringly salutes him. "'Tis a span too near to heaven. Or know'st thou that I am given high to bear my head, cloud-breaster?" Silence reigned throughout the forest, broken only when there echoed song of finch and pigeons cooing, yellow thrushes flute-like piping, and the pecker's tapping hammer. Sap-filled leaves, unstirred by breezes, hung on twigs as if they floated. Gleaming lights beside dark shadows played amid the varied foliage. Oak trees, vast and venerable, spread their huge arms in protection, or their small and weaker brethren. Broom, wild cherry, golden furzes, in luxuriance bloomed beneath them, and around bright flowers clustered, briar roses, silver thistles, monarch's torch, and stocky foxgloves. Tiny, tender bluebells nodded. Graceful ferns with arching plumage rose above rank weeds and grasses. As in sunlit air the branches, close entwined and intermingled, so the roots too clung together, grasping hands beneath the surface, clasped and interlocked like fingers. If one chanced to be uprooted, others often languished with it, all like pleasant friends in common, of the sun and earth partaking. Through this solitude of nature, fair reposeful peace enwreathed, stole the peaceless Hackelberend. He felt not the sting of conscience. It was deadened, deaf and silent. Yet he knew no sweet contentment in the wealth of flowering verdure, or the symphony of bird-song. Earth to him, with all its beauty, was one vast preserve for hunting. 'Twas not love of gain or slaughter, but an eager, curbless passion that relentlessly possessed him, raging through his veins incessant, like a steady burning fever, goading him and spurring onward, as if haunting spirits drove him, turning all his wants and wishes, all his thoughts, his dreams and musings, toward the chase and toward the forest. Hours together through the woodland, listening, watching, roves the huntsman, daunted not by many failures. And at last, in yonder coppice, something moves, again draws nearer. It is far, the game is hidden, but a charm is on the arrow. Sharply twangs the quivering bowstring, sharp the cry of pain that answers. No dumb brute has tone so plaintive. That was human. Through the thicket hastes the Count, and there finds Waldtraut, swooning, bleeding, midst the bushes, that with gentle arms enfold her. Pale with fear stands he, the fearless. Ha! Art fooled! The devil fooled thee. With the shot that broke the image, hell hath cheated and deceived thee. Not for life cares Hackelberend. Two alone are precious to him. Now of these one lies in peril. Tremblingly he bears the maiden to the brook's cool flowing waters. Tenderly he kneels beside her, and in deep moved joy discovers that the shaft but touched her shoulder. Soft he bathes the wound and binds it, while with gentle words he soothes her, as her wondering eyes reopen, presses her with kindly urgence to come with him to the castle, where Wulfhilde, like a sister, will watch over and attend her. Half alarmed, the maid refuses, pleading that her father, searching, would not rest until he found her. But the Count, in kind rejoinder, soon allays her lingering scruples by the promise of a message to the collier in the forest. Now his eyes, so dark and burning, seem to beam on her benignly, and his ever-dreaded presence loses all its terror for her. Wondrous is the strange emotion that sweeps o'er her as she gazes at the gloomy man beside her. She no longer stems resistant this mysterious drift of feeling, and there's Ludolf at the castle. So she yields and leans a-drooping on the strong arm that supports her. Much its wonted inmates marveled as the two approached the stronghold. Who had ever seen a flower on that close-drawn leather jerkin? Now behold the Count and Waldtraut. Kindly is the maiden's welcome. Known to all and greatly cherished is this unspoiled child of nature. Sweet Wulfhilde speeds to nurse her, and Agneta, skilled in healing, hurries for her prescient unguents, while her lover's greetings mingle with his anger, half forgiving, toward the grim and rueful huntsman, whose fell shot had brought her to him. Straight the Count dispatches Ludolf with a message to the collier, and thereafter seeks seclusion in his lonely tower chamber. Sunset tinged the west as Ludolf turned into the well-worn pathway from the castle to the coal kiln, so oft travelled lightly by him when he sought his forest sweetheart. And he thought of Olca's sayings when she had revealed his future. Was his loved one's wound, he wondered, but the prelude or beginning of that prophecy's fulfillment, with the worst fate still before him? For old Olca spoke of quarrels, conflagration, smoke, and slaughter. Anxious, filled with dark misgivings, strode he through the noiseless forest. Suddenly, from out the thicket, Collier Fulrot leaped before him, with a long and heavy cudgel. Wrath made terrible his features, and he seemed as huge and frightful as the wild man from the Hartz wood. "Villain, now I have thee," cried he. "Tell me, if thy life thou valuest, where hast thou my daughter hidden?" Ludolf, first a step retreating from the madman, calmly answered, "I was on my way to tell thee what at noon befell the maiden. Now my lips are sealed with silence till thou bearest thyself more gently. Then shalt thou know fully of her." "Darest thou defy me, fellow?" Fulrat snorted. I'll soon teach thee." As he raised his club to strike him, Ludolf drew his gleaming weapon, but the collier with his cudgel struck it from his hand adroitly, seized and shook him by the collar. "Villain, say, where is my daughter?" "Not for thy sake will I tell thee," shouted Ludolf, gaining freedom, "but because thou art the father of the maid I love and honor. Folrat, thou dost charge me wrongly. At the Tannhäuser is Waldtraut." "Liar, thou, and worthless rascal!" roared the collier, roused to fury. "Were I told she'd climbed in safety to great Woden's mark, I'd sooner think it true than that my daughter had set foot within the castle, and no robber dragged her to it. 'Twas the Count himself who brought her. He by sad mischance while hunting shot and grazed her on the shoulder. Now his daughter waits upon her, and will soon restore her to thee." "Lies again," loud scoffed the savage. "Wounded by the Count? Thou'rt raving. He hits surer, game or women. Ho, ye fellows, come, I need ye." And he beckoned 2 stout woodmen who'd been felling trees for burning, and, attracted by the clamor, had been listening to the quarrel. "That's the rascal stole my daughter," Folrat cried, "and he refuses to disclose her place of hiding. Take your withs, and we will tie him 'twixt that pair of oaken saplings. With their help his tongue may loosen." In the brief, unequal struggle, Ludolf soon was overpowered, and his bonds securely fastened. "Wilt thou tell before we leave thee?" asked again the irate collier. Down the hunter's cheeks in anger rolled hot tears, but still he spoke not. "Think upon it till the morrow. If the bears and wolves at nightfall save thee not from further answer," Folrat snarled as he departed, followed by the stolid woodman. As if crucified hung Ludolf, helpless, lone, and at the mercy of all nightly prowling creatures. Low he set a paternoster, quietly his doom awaiting. Darkness fast succeeds dim twilight, with its phantom brood of shadows, when he hears a sudden rustling in the underbrush behind him, and his limbs begin to tremble as with straining ears he catches sounds of breathless, panting scenting, and a stealthy pitter-patter coming nearer, ever nearer. "Ah, the wolves! Be quick, old fellows!" thus he mutters. "None of your kind have I needlessly tormented," when before his eyes dread survey hobbles Folrat's aged mother. "Still, be still," the woman whispers, "for I came to help, young hunter. I looked on from yonder thicket, but I had no power to aid thee. Here's my sickle, it will free thee. Lord, o' mercy, all is useless, up beyond my reach they've tied thee." "Do but leap, or stand on tiptoe," Ludolf urged in his impatience. But old Olka stood there silent, shaking her grey locks in sorrow. "'Tis in vain, I cannot reach it." "With a pole, belike," said Ludolf, "I may slightly bend the saplings." "But the least bit more," urged Olka. "Draw them down a finch step lower. There, 'tis done, and now the other. Quick, give me thy sickle, mother." And he cut the withes asunder. Freed again, his strained arms aching, Ludolf flung them round old Olka, and in gratitude he kissed her. Then she vanished in the bushes. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Abbot of Walkenrieden. 2 stout monks of Walkenrieden, in the sultry heat of noontide, strode along the forest pathway, briskly plying alder branches to ward off the stinging midges, and to cool their glowing faces. By the side of each good brother hung a basket rudely braided of the slender twigs of willow, and within these, packed in nettle, many-jointed crayfish crackled as their bony armor grated. Valiantly these godly fishers waded slowly up the Vida, had at length, with booty laden, turned them homeward to the convent. Now they eagerly debated how to cook their toothsome prizes. One held they should slowly simmer, while the other counselled boiling. Each then counted on his fingers all the pros and cons, but neither changed the other's firm opinion, though they both agreed that sauces gave the dish its needful savour. Then they trudged along together for a while in perfect silence, broken soon by Jeremias in a doleful tone lamenting, "Long our carp bell has been silent. Trout I've had now to a surfeit." "Verily," laughed out Esaias, "but for eels and parsley garnish, seasoned with wild sage and pepper, we'd be sorely tried to bear it. With the carp there goes a bumper of old Salva wine. What sayest thou?" asked with sparkling eyes his comrade. Plodding on beneath the branches, their famed wine they were discussing, cask by cask throughout the cellar, when with eyes of stricken terror straight they saw the barren cross-tree and the Saviour's image scattered on the ground in many pieces. "What is this? O God of mercies! Do my own good eyes deceive me? Look, Esaias, look before thee!" And they stood aghast with horror, staring at the splintered fragments, and upon the cross dismantled. Jeremias broke out sharply, "If the devil had no hand in't, I will vouch it was no other than the Count Hans Hackelberend." Friar Esaias quickly added, "Look, there sticks the Count's black arrow. Did no lightning strike the monster? Does the Lord in his forbearance set no limit for the sinner?" Then in trembling haste they gathered all the cross's precious relics, and sped onward to the convent. Pressed with cares and heavy-hearted was the Reverend Abbot Paulus, when the fishers hurried to him with their tale of dastard outrage. He was brooding o'er ill tidings of the peasants' depredations. Reinhardsbrunn, a sister convent, had been plundered by the League Shoe. Driven forth were monks and abbot, wrecked were images and altars, and the very tombs demolished of Thuringia's ancient Landgraves. Torn were precious scrolls and parchments, and their chapel burned and pillaged. Now the menace of the Leaguers shook the monks of Walkenrieden, and a plague in its contagion, so the angry abbot named it, spread the Dr. Luther's teaching. Townsmen caught it, and the peasants in their turn became unruly. Tithes and taxes due the convent were delayed and oft defaulted. Now, alas, Count Hackelberend, whom in bitterness he hated, had, with impious presumption, hunted deer on Corpus Christi, and disturbed their sacred vespers with his dogs and blaring fanfares. Last and worst, the Saviour's body he had shot in desecration. With abhorrence and amazement spread the tidings in the convent, and at once the master's steward was before the abbot summoned. In a massive walled enclosure rose the many stately buildings of the ancient monastery. Here were convent house and chapter, with their spacious halls and galleries, dormitory, storage houses, barns, refectory, and kitchen, stables, granary, and brewery, and the chapel standing proudly, with its richly blazoned windows and its sumptuous gilded chancel. Here were broad and shaded cloisters, arched with pillars nobly carven, 'neath which stood in niche and angle many a crumbling stone-hewn image of illustrious knights and ladies, honored patrons of the convent. Here were time-worn marbled tablets with illegible inscriptions, names and dates with skull and crossbones, warning man, memento mori. Near the chapel or the cloister was the abbot's quiet dwelling, with the strong barred vaults of granite, while the cell of many a brother, though forbid by stringent canon, wanted not for home-like comforts, Tapestries of royal weaving decked the abbot's princely chambers. Leathern-covered seats surrounded tables bearing precious parchments. Inlaid cupboards, bossed and gilded, deep-carved chests and polished settles held the treasures of the chapel. Richly wrought there lay upon them golden ewers, silver sconces, ancient monstrances and censers, jewelled copes and gleaming mitres, and a lamp of brass glowed dully, swinging low before Our Lady. Paulus, 39th abbot, from the ancient chapter's founding, counting through its 4 long centuries, was a man of noble bearing, tall and powerful of stature, bold his brow, and deep beneath it gleamed the blue eyes of a master. Stern they were, and proud, yet kindly. Dark, thick locks with silver threaded fringed his cap of purple velvet. Vigorous his step and movement, low his voice, but full sonorous. Up and down in his apartment paced he now, the while his right hand clenched his golden cross of office, and oft pressed it to his bosom, as if thus to still its throbbing. Bowing low, the master steward, with crossed arms, the chamber entered. He was many years the elder, and his body vastly rounder. "Your high reverence commanded," said he humbly, "that your servant—" "No, Johannes, not of reverence," Paulus checked him. "I have called thee as my friend, with whom I've broken bread uncounted times together." "Yea, and drained uncounted wine casks," thought the portly master steward. "I need friendly counsel, brother," said the abbot. "Come sit near me. Lend to me thy ear, Johannes, but thy tongue must needs be fettered, and beyond this threshold never may a single word escape thee." And the abbot faced his listener in a solemn tone, proceeding. "Long ago, within a palace, lived 2 youthful knights together, pledged by oath to sacred friendship. Both rode to the chase with ardor, both alike sat firm in saddle, and, like skilled, their weapons wielded. At this court there dwelt a maiden, an attendant of the princess, Hildegard her name, whose fairness was enhanced by rarest virtues, and a nature blithe and sunny, golden hair of dazzling beauty, unrestrained by net or coiffure, flowed about her shapely shoulders. Soon her loveliness enkindled both their knightly hearts, resistless, and each sued by word and action for acceptance of his homage. Hildegard to both was gracious, and if in her heart deep hidden she loved one above the other, by no deed or look or whisper did she e'er reveal her secret. Thus the rivals' plighted friendship by severest strain was tested. Faithfully they kept their pledges, both adoring her, both suffering. It was anno 990, with the Swiss a feud was kindled, when their prince was called for service as a vassal to the standard of the Emperor Maximilian, and the valiant knights both followed in the war train of their liege lord. Then the one addressed his comrade, "Of us 2, 'twere best one only from the war return, the other, if the hostile halberd spare him, by his friend's good spear should perish. The survivor then may freely woo her whom we both do covet." To this plan they both consented, and at parting each knight carried o'er his heart a lock soft curling. Oh, the lustrous hair, Johannes! Never was the brow of woman crowned with tresses of like beauty. On the fierce-fought field of Dornach, one of them, hard-pressed and hopeless, as against great odds he struggled, saw his knightly rival near him, and called out to him for succour. False the friend who saw and heard him, who was free to give him aidance, with a ready troop to follow, and yet turned his horse to safety, heedless of his friend imperilled. Wounded lay the one deserted, in the midst of dead and dying, till the Swiss came to his rescue. Then in Basla, upon a pallet, long with death he bravely wrestled. Often in his feverish ravings Hildegard he saw in visions, radiant star-like in her beauty, giving him new strength and courage. Weary weeks rolled by unheeded, but at last his steed he mounted for the long, slow journey homeward. When he neared the prince's castle, tidings of his loved one's nuptials, scarce a week since with his comrade, were to him a blow more crushing than the foeman's spiked cudgels. Broken, spent, his dreams all shattered, faith in God and human virtue seemed to him but flitting shadows, and he uttered bitter curses, hurling them at saints and heaven, vowing vengeance on the traitor. Then anew he lay in fever, wretched, sick, by God abandoned. When, a second time recovered, he had from his couch arisen, it was with a contrite spirit. All his burning wrath had vanished. Penitence now overcame him, since he doubted God's great mercy. Then he sold his steed and bridle, and his arms to aid the needy. Yet his very name he blotted from the memory of the living, so that none again should know him, and, like Saulus in Damascus, his proud heart he lowly humbled, called himself from that day Paulus, and sought shelter in the cloister. There is little need, Johannes, to give names to these companions. One was Count Hans Hackelberend, and the cowled monk, behold him. Pausing in his tale, the abbot opened wide an oaken coffer, and before the master steward placed an unclasped jewelled locket. In it lay a curling ringlet of a wondrous golden lustre. Both were mute, but when Johannes moved his lips as if to question, Paulus checked him. Silence, brother, for the story is not ended. There is more and worse to follow. Still I sought by fervent prayers, by long fasts and cruel penance, riddance of all worldly pleasures, of unholy thoughts and wishes, read of saints and holy fathers, read and wrote till dawn of morning. Much I found, saved what I searched for, peace of mind and resignation. Later then, I begged admittance to the Walkenrieden convent, well content to be thus nearer Trezeburg, where dwelt my lady, for beneath the monk's black habit still survived the knight and lover. As with heavy fetters weighted, ever suffering, nigh despairing, days and weeks and months passed slowly, while I bitterly regretted my rash act of world renouncement. When I heard of feud and warfare outside in the realm, great longing seized my torn and peaceless spirit, like a bird in cage imprisoned, when its mates are southward flying. Often was I well nigh ready for escape, my cowl exchanging for a knightly helm and armor, but I lingered on in anguish. Tempted by my heart's deep yearning, from afar I longed to see her. But this mad desire I conquered, yet I once met Hackelberend, and my hood I quick drew o'er me, till he passed me by unheeding, and so well have I contrived it, that he has not yet suspected Walkenrieden's hated abbot is his erstwhile friend and comrade, once called Egon, Count of Hordorf, long deemed dead and nigh forgotten. But the Countess Hackelberend, hearing of the monk whose learning spread his fame beyond the convent, came to him to make confession. From my cell and Plato summoned, hastened I to my confessional, knowing neither name nor station of the one whose stricken conscience needed priestly intercession. And, as wont, I calmly entered. But, Johannes, what wild tumult fell upon me as I listened to that voice so well remembered. Not an instant's doubt possessed me. It was she, my best beloved. 'Twas as if her soul's white passion entered into mine and scorched it with a flame of heavenly anguish, anguish that o'erran my being, vibrant like some wind-swept harp-string. From my seat behind the lattice, in the chapel's gloomy twilight, I saw Hildgart's tresses gleaming. Dazed and mastered by emotion, reeling in my stall I sat there, and the sin of her confessing, 'twas her love, a love undying, for the knight, Count Egon Hordolf, for the one to whom she, weeping, her great sorrow now confided. From her lips I heard the story of the comrade's plighted friendship, of the call to war, the parting, and her fervent prayer to heaven that I might be saved to claim her, and our love find its fulfillment. Then returned Count Hackelberend, telling of the death of Egon, filled with hopeless grief, and thinking she would honor her lost lover as a sacrifice and tribute to the memory of Egon. This his dearest friend she wedded. Never, though, had his loved image from her heart been wholly banished. Often she in dreams beheld him. In the arms of Hackelberend it was Egon she remembered, and thus in the man beside her she had loved the friend departed. And a vivid premonition had incessantly pursued her that Count Hordolf still was living, and that she again would meet him, to whose soul she was united, then as in the life hereafter. But her conscience preyed upon her, for her heart was all unfaithful to the Count her lawful husband. So in her distress and sorrow she besought my priestly counsel. Now, Johannes, when great burdens are imposed on man by heaven, he should murmur not, but bear them. If the load becomes too heavy, he may sink when strength forsakes him, as beneath the cross our Saviour. Or the flesh revolts and leads him on to guilt and base dishonor. Thus I fell when I was tempted. Undeceived by that confession, peace and hope were gone forever. Then I knew that with fair Hildgard I'd have lived my earth and Eden, as an honored knight and noble in the castle of my fathers. Now was I a broken friar, sad, defrauded, close imprisoned in a convent's narrow limits. I'll not tell to thee the struggle that beset the monk confessor. 20 years since then have vanished, yet whene'er that memory wakens, once again the storm bursts o'er me. Bold, defiant projects darted through my brain like lightning flashes. One resolve, though stood unshaken, I would plan a meeting with her, but not here in this my dungeon, nor within the stifling convent. Outside, under God's bright heaven, I'd devise some way to see her, only once and never after. In a muffled voice I answered, time for prayer and thought was needed, ere I could absolve her wholly. Yet I bade her be of comfort, and at sunset in the forest, humbly suppliant for his blessing, at the cross invoke the Saviour. It was then and there I met her, joy and anguish intermingled, as our hearts beat close together, once with tenderness embracing, but to part again forever. Hildgart's very soul was riven, and by grief she was so stricken, that within the sennight following came her passing, peace be with her. Thrice ye've chosen me your abbot, twice did I refuse the honour, but now as your faithful shepherd bear I abbot's staff and mitre. Mindful of a charge so sacred, I maintain with instant duty all the power of the convent. Thus it was on me incumbent to admonish, yea, to threaten the offending Hackelberend. Now this monster has committed an outrageous crime 'gainst heaven, and the Church's curse must follow. But I know not yet my duty. Is it meet and right, Johannes? Dare I, with my own vows broken, at the very cross he shattered, with my conscience sorely burdened by the death of Countess Hildgard, Now approach our holy altar, and proscribe her loathed husband. While I bear him deadly hatred, does a lover's wrath not harm me, when I smite with heaven's vengeance? Now thou knowest all, Johannes, I await thy friendly counsel. Long Johannes sat in silence, wrapped in thought and sternly visaged. Then he slowly gave his answer. If thou all to me submittest, to decide and render judgment, grant me time for due reflection, and for prayerful meditation. Weighing well thy words, I'll judge thee, what is meet and what thy duty. Guard thyself, and if thou hearest chapter bell at sunset tolling, know that acting by thy warrant I have summoned all the council. When the brothers have assembled in the chapter hall together, then by virtue of thy office lay the church's ban upon him. Hear'st thou not, let God's great mercy mete out justice to the sinner. Clasping hands in faithful silence, Paulus and Johannes parted, slowly dragged the hours of waiting in their lonely cell-seclusion. When at eve the lingering glimmer from the golden cross had faded, loud the bells rang out resounding, deep-toned solemn, woe-portending. Full arrayed, the abbot Paulus, with his silver staff and mitre, firm of step the chapter entered, striding straightway to the lectern, and before the grave assembly uttered excommunication of the Count Hans Hackelberend, and consigned him, soul and body, to damnation everlasting. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. Wulfhilde and Waldtraut. In wild caprice, the rushing Boda skirts towering cliff and rocky wall, and thundering down the narrow gorges, escapes the granite giant's thrall. In widened vale, through mead and woodland, it gleams and winds and gaily plays, and spatters foam on stones and ledges that chide it in its sportive ways. It skips along the lush green meadows to give the thirsty herbage drink, and rippling onward idly dallies close by the darkling forest's brink. It lures the trees that lean above it within its cooling dews to lave, and see their over-drooping tresses submerged beneath the tranquil wave. Beside them in its crystal mirror the clouds and sun and moon are shown. Below disport the trout and grayling, glass-clear lie sand and pebble-stone. Or purling, plashing, murmuring eddies, where legend's treasure trove abounds. In unison from wind and waters a low and dreamy chant resounds. Here where the placid shallows dimpled, and nature in soft dalliance smiled, sat Wulfhilde and her wood-nymph Waldtraut, and twining wreaths their time beguiled. Forget-me-nots so blue and tender Wulfhilde for sweet Waldtraut wove, while Waldtraut wonned for her dear lady green leaves new plucked from out the grove. Wulfhilde sought no sun-dyed floweret that there its dainty head did rear, but chose to wear for her adorning the lustered oak leaf's green austere. How differing, yet how like these maidens, as two sea-pearls by waves upthrown, or as the wild and fragrant berry resembles those in gardens grown. Like that of sisters was their beauty, in every softly rounded line, in eyes deep blue, and brows high arching, rose cheeks and lips like glowing wine. There was in Wulfhilde's high demeanor a trace that told of proud descent, and yet a touch of melancholy with her sweet laugh and glances blent. But from the roguish eyes of Waldtraut a blithesome happy spirit smiled, and all she felt or thought or uttered revealed the simple-hearted child. While her slight wound was slowly healing, a loving trust and friendship grew, and maiden confidence and wisdom each from the other fondly drew. "Wouldst have me tell thee," queried Waldtraut, "how this forget-me-not was named? 'Twas not to give a lover's message that thus the tender words were framed. Should one with magic rod discover a hidden treasure, I've been told, this flower upon his hat will lead him to dark deep caverns heaped with gold. Nor will the dreadful dragons harm him, while dropping hat and fairy guide, he gathers freely from the riches, till loud resounds on every side. Begone, begone, and take thy treasure. With pillaged hoard he turns to fly, and hat and flower are forgotten, when through fierce flames he hears a cry, Forget me not. Then should he waver and leave the calling flower behind, his new-found wealth at once would vanish, his way to earth he ne'er could find." "Are treasures truly there," asked Wulfhilde, "and evil spirits down below?" "Oh, aye, and woe to him who meets them, for malice oft to man they show. Yet some of them are kindly nixies. Dost thou not mind the moss maids we? And how, if woodmen cut 3 crosses into a trunk or fallen tree, to give them refuge from the ghost hordes, the little elves, that very night, will leave behind thick-growing branches that turn to gold beneath the sight. And then there's Eckhart, true and faithful, who strides before the Woden hosts, and warns men to beware of witchcraft and all the fearsome power of ghosts. For well he knows the fiends malignant that joy in mortal grief and loss, who vanish when the early cock crows, and dare not look upon the cross. A horse hoof is the spirit's goblet, from which they drink all in a ring. If travellers step into a cart rut, no spell upon them can they fling." "Speak not so loud of them," begged Wulfhilde. "I shudder at the very thought. Hast ever with thine eyes beheld them, or of them in the woods seen aught?" "Not I, but many wondrous stories my grandam tells. She's met, I ween, both Woda and his spouse, Dame Hola, who is the phantom's stately queen. Her golden plough once went to pieces, and with lament from out the broom, the crickets all crawled forth to help her, and chirp to make the joiner come. She's called the Iron One and Wild One, and when she shakes her bed, then lo, the snow flies over field and mountain, and children name her Queen of Snow. She loves the little ones most dearly, and keeps them always at her side. My grandam told this story of her just after baby sister died. She said that once a stricken mother, who wept and wept in sad despair, while lingering at her darling's graveside, saw coming through the moonlit air Dame Hola with a troop of children, and one wee babe, the last of all, so weary, lorn, and heavy laden, it seemed she needs to earth must fall. The mother's tear-dimmed eyes were startled. She stood and gazed in wonder wild. Then to her aching heart, fast throbbing, she caught her own, her longed-for child. The little one, with small hands clinging, crept warm within her loving breast, and murmured, as she nestled closer, by arms long empty, soft caressed, "Dear mother, cease thy piteous weeping, for I must catch thy every tear. See how my jug is overflowing, and drenching e'en my kirtle here." The maiden sat in thoughtful silence, till in a branch that o'er them grew, a bird sang. To the face of Waldtraut a golden ray of sunlight flew, and trilling like the brown-winged warbler, she cried, "Oh, hear his happy note! Of all the songsters he's my favourite, dear robin with the crimson throat." "Ah me, thy favourite," laughed Wulfhilde. "There's not one on the swinging bough thou dost not give that self-same title, thou sweet, my own loved favourite thou." Oh, listen to his gladsome carol. At times he pipes a shrill alarm, to warn the plover and the pheasant, so all the hunters wish him harm. But when men die within the forest, this little bird, so wee and brave, will bury them 'neath leaves and blossoms, and cover o'er their lonely grave. Thou legend's storehouse full of wisdom, Wulfhilde cried, it doth appear that e'en the birds tell thee their secrets, and flowers whisper in thy ear. Perhaps, laughs Waldtraut, name and virtue I know of many a woodland weed. There's much to learn if one but listens, as flowers grow from seed to seed. We must not think they're mute and silent. Each one of them, each leaf has speech. They have a voice, a tiny, sweet one, that fails our blunted ears to reach. And deaf we are to all their prattle, but it is well they are not heard, for else there would be such a clatter we could not understand a word. Now Wulfhilde spoke, don thy bright chaplet, and Waldtraut answered merrily, I too can wind around thy tresses the wreath that I have twined for thee. In Waldtraut's hair, where sunlight glinted, appeared the dainty band of blue, as if by hand of fairies fashioned, to gild her loveliness anew. On Wulfhilde's head, more proudly chiselled, the oak conferred its stateliness, and crowned in all her youthful glory, she seemed in truth a fair princess. Waldtraut's blue eyes looked on her gravely. Whoever wears the oak's firm leaf will love with loyal, deep affection, if love bring joy or withering grief. Joy, sighed Wulfhilde, sadly smiling, with downcast look and shake of head. As deep my love is, in like measure my heart to blight and pain is wed. But come, dear child, what saith the emblem that nestles in thy sunny hair? And in a quaintly tendered warble, Waldtraut began this plaintive air. A floweret blue with a wistful look bade the sea-bound wavelets in the brook forget me not. They laughed, we must leave all behind, and out of sight is out of mind. Forget me not. Eyes bright and blue of a little maid beamed on a comely lad and said, Forget me not. The youth saw beckoning sails unfurled, and he would roam and see the world. Forget me not. When lone on the deep the day grew dim, and stars shone fair, then woe seized him. Forget me not. He leaned to the waves with a yearning look, and lo, they sang the song of the brook. Forget me not. Forget, breathed Wulfhilde. Ah, how gladly, and so in peace to bear my lot. But how shall speeding time bring comfort, when sorrow calls, forget me not? I'll sing to thee, if thou wilt listen, the sad strain of a restless heart. 'Twill seem so strange to thee and hopeless, and from thy happiness apart. The day-spring is past, and the sun's journey endeth. O haste thee away, thou unpitying light, and thou as thy shadowy mantle descendeth, O bring me his image, thou solacing night. Again shall my eyes in their rapture behold him, the star of my life that has faded away. Again to this breast shall these loving arms fold him, and thou, O my heart, dream he'll love thee for aye. O dolorous love that can never know waning, how cruel thy torment, how fatal my plight! If day with its fervor bring grief and complaining, come thou and beguile me, more merciful night. Waldtraut, who felt the wistful sadness that sighed in Wulfhilde's every word, embraced her friend, and softly caroled a soothing lay, like some night bird. In dewy grass the slumbering flowers dream of the bee full honeyed flown, and night winds sigh in leafy bowers. O dost thou sleep, my love, my own? and pale the moon floats o'er the wood. The drowsy boughs with soft caresses sway in the gentle murmuring tree, and every whispering leaf confesses, forever I'll be true to thee. And pale the moon floats o'er the wood. Now all the amorous airs are dying, and lulling peace sleeps in my breast. On thee the night's soft kiss is lying. O joy be thine, my love and rest, and pale the moon floats o'er the wood. There passed through copse and tangled thicket a gust of cool, refreshing air. The tender sprays and drooping branches began to shiver everywhere. In stillness born to silence dying, its light wings sped in rustling flight, and with a breathless, low suspiring, long whispers told of coming night. It was the wind that stirs at even, and slips through foliage and bloom, as if it cautiously on tiptoe stole through the wood in twilight's gloom. The maids turned home, and on their pathway encountered, coming from the chase, with arms and spoil, the Count and Albrecht. Contentment mirrored in each face. With branches covered, Bruno carried a roebuck that his master slew, while Ludolf dragged along beside him a wolf whose life-blood Albrecht drew. Devotion shone in Waldtraut's glances, avowing all, though lips were mute, while Wulfhilde scarcely deigned to answer her cousin's chivalrous salute. The Count with pleasure looked upon them, gazed thoughtfully into their eyes, and lingeringly surveyed the picture that held him there by twofold ties. The young knight spoke, "Though well, dear cousin, the dark green oak becomes thy face. 'Tis passing strange that not a blossom in all thy garland finds a place." Wulfhilde answered, slightly trembling, "The flower and leaf we chance to find, her wreath enhances Waldtraut's graces. To simple green my choice inclined. And wisely hast thou done, my daughter, for duty did thy choice allot, since thou, the oak, must ever shelter this tender blue forget-me-not." The Count spoke mildly, as if blessings from days of yore to him recurred, and some long-vanished, conquered sorrow his seared, embittered spirit stirred. "How is it," he continued kindly, "that thou, Waldtraut, dost never ask for any favour I might grant thee? Today I'm merry, name the task." "Oh, then today, Sir Count, I'll beg thee the great destructive boar to slay, that ravages the poor folks' harvest, who for some swift deliverance pray. If thy desires extend no farther, why, child, I pledge my huntsman's word. His tusks shall soon adorn thy necklace, and of his harm no more be heard. We'll seek his lair upon the morrow, and speedily he'll meet his end." Thus laughs the Count, as on he leads them, and they the castled hill ascend. The air is sultry, not a glimmer is visible of moon or star, and ceaseless, dismal sheets of lightning illume the darkling clouds afar. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Poacher. O holy dawn of morn, exalted is he who moves through thy domain, and of thy glow and gleaming pageant with seeing eye a glimpse doth gain. Resplendent is the forest temple, with colours rare and dazzling sheen, its verdure laved in thy bright fountains, restored to April's living green. The jovial hunter oft beholds it, when starting forth in joyous mood. He hails the first soft gray of dawning, and with his dog hies to the wood. The collier sees it, too, while piling the rounded mound of wood he builds. When stars grow faint and day's bright herald the summit of the mountain gilds. The strolling minstrel feasts upon it, who here has welcome lodging found. Host Greenwood's guest, a weary wanderer, in mantle wrapped upon the ground. His harp-strings sound to golden measures, in contrast with his meagre purse, and vying with the feathered minstrels, he is as blithe, nor fares he worse. The blended perfume gently wafted is like a strong and spicy wine, and scattered with the lavish dewdrops, a million flashing jewels shine. Here beads of crystal clearness tremble, there sparkle green and crimson gems, bright grains of gold and glinting silver, and diamond dust on fretted stems. The brigand spider, always lurking, for guileless victims come to grief, holds many tiny limpid globules in his outspread ensnaring sieve. High trots the fox, alert and nimble, his feathered friends are long awake. Afar is heard a lusty crowing, the stag treads slowly through the brake. Beside the forest's edge he's feasted upon the peasant's ripening grain, and cautiously, with paling starlight, he seeks his sheltered lodge again. The dew is chill, and in the open he stretches on the greensward there, to let the grateful early sunshine dry off his tawny coat of hair. The Count and all his hunt attendants at daybreak through the forest chase, to close around the monster lead-boar, and track him to his hiding place. They range without a dog and singly, yet close together circling nigh, so each can hear, if need arises, the other's horn or hunting cry. The collier, too, slips through the thicket, where dense the netted branches grow. Far distant from his home and coal-kiln, he poaches with his ready bow. The deer, refreshed, his proud head shaking, no longer trusts to open glade, and slowly from his couch arises to find his wonted harbor shade. When suddenly an arrow strikes him, like wind he flies the brake to cross, but speedily his strength forsakes him, and down he kneels upon the moss. The collier hides away the weapon that sped his shaft. A trail of blood leads to the stag, now still and lifeless, outstretched upon the purpled sod. With keen-edged knife, the hide first slitting, the poacher calmly flays the deer. A fox, upon a rock projecting, looks on and hankers to be near. His glittering eyes betray his pleasure. In hunger keen he licks his beard, and hopes to find a dainty morsel whene'er the man has disappeared. The collier ponders for a moment how with the spoils he'll reach his cot. "Stay, forrot! Do not move a finger, else I will shoot thee on the spot." It is the Count with levelled crossbow, and on the trigger rests his hand. The poacher, for an instant startled, with calmness meets the stern demand. "Your victim you have keenly scented. Shoot quick, Sir Count, and tremble not, for if by chance you now should miss me, you'd never have another shot." He pauses midway in the open, holds tightly clasped his bloody knife, but firm the Count strides on to meet him in deadly conflict, life for life. They stand at bay a few short moments, both silent, then begins the night. "There's still escape from thy just merits. I can forgive and bear no spite." "Not so for me. May God pass judgment, and grant you mercy if he can. But here let the account be settled, between us two now man for man. Give me my own, and it will cancel all differences twixt thee and me. Be Waldtraut mine, then shall thy freedom with right of chase be granted thee. Of that the lightning's bolt might blast thee. The tale of Ludolf then is true. List, I would rather see her buried than leave her God accursed with you. The Count, enraged with fury, trembles, blows on his horn the call for aid, then hurls himself for mortal combat, within his hand the unsheathed blade. He reaches not the agile poacher, who vainly lunges at his breast, for both, the lifted forearms clutching, the weapons in their course arrest. In vengeful desperate contention they trample o'er the level space, draw near the stag while madly grappling, and struggle in a fierce embrace. The tangled antlers trip the collier, the Count rolls o'er him on the sod, and each to free himself endeavors, athirst for his fell foeman's blood. The huntsmen toward them rush with Albrecht, in answer to the bugle blast, and quickly overpower the poacher, who pinioned to the ground is cast. Now Ludolf swiftly comes to join them, and Gerhard speeds to bring relief. Count Hackelberend gives the order, up to the castle with the thief. Thereon he steps aside with Albrecht, and bids him go and tarry not. Thou'lt act as escort to the maidens, who spend the day at Ulka's cot, and there do thou a while detain them, till I this poacher's pride shall quench. Within the hour he'll ride to forest, upon the stag that's in the trench. Nay, uncle, Albrecht pleads in terror, without due process and decree, thou canst not put to death and torture. I ask not for advice from thee, and swelling veins showed his resentment. But Ludolf, who has overheard, exchanges stealthy looks with Albrecht, who asks his uncle undeterred, Wilt thou let Ludolf come to guide me? Which way to take I hardly know. The paths diverge to Ulka's cabin. The Count consents for both to go. When once the pair are out of earshot, they counsel in an eager quest of some device to save the poacher and thwart the vengeful Count's behest. Perchance before its dread fulfillment, and ere all efforts come too late, Wulfhilde might restrain her father, or Waldtraut mild appease his hate. They hasten on with flying footsteps, but Albrecht soon from Ludolf parts. He takes the shortest path to Ulka, while Ludolf through the forest darts. The huntsman, with the hapless collier, arrive upon the castle hill. Soon with a net the stag is captured, thrown on his back and held at will. They cross and tie his legs and drag him up from the moat with all their strength. Then on the beast, to fury goaded, they stretch the collier at full length. But Gerhard, who in faithful service quailed at no task, ne'er felt so loath to carry out his master's bidding, and humbly says, I'll keep my oath, to do, sir, what you may command me, yet as your oldest servant plead, while it is meet that he be punished, let mercy justice here exceed. The man who shrinks shall lie in shackles, e'en if he eldest liegeman be, burst out the Count. I fail thee, Fulrot, the falconer sighs, bend thou the knee. What? Kneel to him? 'Tis said this stag here has in its heart a cross of bone. Nay, bind me on, exclaims the collier, for his base heart is all of stone. The men stand pale and hesitating. The Count in frenzy stamps, Obey! Waldtraut, where art thou? Chatting, laughing, or twining garlands on the way? The deed is done, securely fastened upon the deer the collier lies, and now, as if the dogs were on him, the stag into the forest flies. And meanwhile Ludolf lies in waiting, within a hollow screened from sight, and where, as his keen woodcraft teaches, the stag will turn in frantic flight. If Albrecht should not find the maidens, or if they plead in vain, alas, he mutters, and as slow as hours to him the minutes seem to pass. With head bent low he harks intently, a pecking bird, a creaking limb, a falling leaf, the wind's faint whisper, each startles and affrightens him. His courage sinks, he shakes and falters, unlike a man resolved to save, but like one lying low to murder, whose bow is strung to fill a grave. At last there rises from the valley a rustle, then a crash and roar, that with a tempest's rush draws nearer. Now rally, soul, be faint no more. Take steady aim, hold firm thy crossbow. As lightning swift there dashes on a something, flitting by the hunter, more felt than seen. He shoots, 'tis gone. He hears the maddening race continue. The shot has failed, he'll soon be crushed. The clatter lessens in the distance, but hark, it stops, and all is hushed. He's hit, cries Ludolf, Fulrot's rescued, and hastening on with speed of hound, beholds the stricken deer expiring, his rider safe upon the ground. They say but little to each other, as Ludolf Fulrot's thongs unties. The collier clasps his hand on rising, and looks into the hunter's eyes. Share what is mine, he cries. O comrade, my Waldtraut thee I gladly give, but I will hie to Thomas Munza, hence only for revenge to live. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Boar Hunt. The sultry, breathless days that followed seemed harbingers of destined woe, and sullen clouds of raven blackness like sombre penance robes hung low. 'Tis bleak and dismal in the valley, the threatening cliffs the heavens defy. With hollow roar the Boda's waters roll on beneath the lowering sky. It is as if a prison's shackles were thrown on all that revelled free, and peace and joy within the castle were banished by a stern decree. The merry chase no longer pleases, delight no more in song is found. No laughter rings from hall or tower, no falcon call, no bugle sound. And sorely do they feel the absence of one most dearly loved by all. Waldtraut has silently departed, and vain is every search and call. It seemed as if she carried with her the bright blue sky, the genial sun, the sportive jests and carefree laughter, the merry tales by Wenzel spun. She left behind her care and peril that had till now been veiled from sight. As if dispelled by her bright spirit, they reappeared upon her flight. For frequently of late came tidings of unrelenting, cruel feud. From far and near the peasants gathered, their hands with noble blood imbrued. Men talked about the Helfensteine, whom they had slain in deadly strife, whose Weinsberg castle they had pillaged, and ruthless tortured his fair wife. Of Jacqueline Rohrbach's feast at Easter, and Berlichin's iron hand. Of Metzla, Hippla, Florian Gaia, and Ulrich, Duke of Swabian land. Count Hackelberend too was hated by country folk whose yellowing grain, swept down as if by hail or tempest, laid waste in the huntsman's train. And then broadcast men told the story of Fulrot and the madding chase, how he upon the stag was pinioned, and thus the rancour grew apace. The Count alone cared not for larums. Though peasant hut and princely hall were ravaged, he ne'er feared the havoc that his own castle might befall. When told the abbot had proscribed him, he laughed aloud and grimly said, "The one who meddles with the wasp nest, a little buzzing must not dread." Yet his keen eye had marked the trouble, and gloom revealed in every face. and straight the ancient charm he offered, "Ho, make you ready for the chase." The needful spears again are gathered, that in the hunt of boar and deer have often trusty service rendered. No timid game that flies in fear is sought today, but one ferocious, the hated boar in all his might, destroyer of the ripening harvest, to Waldtraut promised by the knight. The kennel's strongest dogs are with them, the limer on the leash ahead, to find again the trace uncovered where late the coursing huntsman sped. Here deep within the black morasses the savage beasts secrete their lair. Here lurk amid the sombrous twilight the eagle-owl, wild boar, and bear. Gigantic oaks like massive pillars uphold the forest's towering dome, their gnarly roots stretched o'er the surface, like dragons in their caverned home, some half in leaf and half decaying, by tempest torn and lightning blast, while others stand in stately beauty of dark green foliage amassed. The huntsmen steadily press forward, the Count leads on his eager band, yet each one feels and sees in others a change he scarce can understand. But most of all their master's bearing now fills them with a vague concern. He's heedless of the quarry's traces, and shows alarm at every turn. Uneasily his roving glances search every screening bush and tree, as if to find some fearful presence, a foe from whom he needs must flee. His heart is filled with dark foreboding, and oft he stops for breath and rest, while plodding slowly through the forest, as if by heavy weight oppressed. Half hid within the miry burrows, close huddled lie the wild black swine. They start and charge in sudden rushes, and grunt and grub 'neath root and vine. But little heed the watchful huntsman, the lesser brutes, or wary sow. 'Tis only for the monster lead-boar that men and dogs are searching now. The limehound, from the line unfastened, barks sharply and pursues the track. Unleash, set on with growing fury, now follows unrestrained the pack. Seek, 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 sow, urge on the hunters. The brushwood crashes in the bogs, and rushing forth, alert and ready, the boar is seized by sharp-fanged dogs. He flings them off and stands defiant, and battles one opposed to 10. Soon 5 from gashes bleed, the others surround him as within a pen. His back the valiant champion shelters against an oak and strikes about. Each time a daring hound assails him, erect his bristle mane stands out. As with a hedge, approach forbidding, he wields his curving tusk with might. Against the roots he whets it frothing, and plows the soil in stubborn spite. From out the thicket, rash, impulsive, the Count hastes on, himself at last, and sets the iron spear for stabbing. But now why stands he thus aghast? What sways from lightning-blasted oak tree? A wind-blown branch? A withered limb? A hunter from the realm of spirits? Or Wotan's self? What seizes him to chill his blood with icy horror? As if some fiend had bid him stay, he stands transfixed, and in a moment is stricken by the boar at bay. He falls upon the earth resistless, though with a bound that naught could check, fierce Villa fells the snorting monster, and sinks his fangs into his neck. Then Gerhart swings his spear in passion, and deals the beast a mortal wound, that silently, without a struggle, sinks dead upon the bloody ground. In pallor all the doughty huntsmen around their helpless master stand. Whoever knew his lance to fail him? What spell had stayed his mighty hand? The Count still stares aloft in horror, and dyes the sod around him red. The while the hunters frame a litter of spears with branches overspread. The wound in haste the falconer dresses, and strives to staunch the flowing blood. Then raising him upon their shoulders, they gently bear him from the wood. When slowly through the forest wending, they meet old Ulka hobbling on, Hey, huntsfolk, have ye caught the lead boar? The vicious brute? 'Tis well he's gone. Whom do I see? Your master injured. Has he already full rot met? That must have been a lively tussle, for full rot all afire was set. Which, cries the Count, to her in terror, and bids the men to pause for rest. Old hag, what mean'st thou by thy gabble? What dost thou with thy evil jest? I mean the neck is still unbroken of him whom on the stag you bound. He lives, is sound in limb and body, has joined the league, and like a hound will seek your trail, a fierce avenger, and know no peace until you die. Your time has come, your race is ended, 'twere well you bade the wood good-bye. Ha! Clearly now I see the token, between your eyebrows stands the mark, but little longer still may flicker your lamp of life ere all is dark. Begone, called Hackelberend faintly, and quickly he was carried by, while Alka stood with scornful laughter, and followed with her evil eye. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Death of Hackelberend. Stricken, suffering, slowly sinking, many days the Count lay weary in the lofty Bergfried's chamber, watching through the open casements clouds that rolled high o'er the mountains, and the birds that soared to heaven. Wrapped for hours in silent musing, his dark eyes betrayed his yearning as they sought the changeful forest, donning now the hues of autumn. When the wind blew through the tree-tops and the branches seemed to beckon, he would madly curse, and ordered that his horse be quickly saddled. And when none would do his bidding, springing up in passion's fury, back he fell in sheer exhaustion, swooning on his heated pillow. Once at night, as he lay listless, staring dreamily at Wulfhilde, ever winding her soft tresses round his fingers, faint a whisper from his pallid lips repeated, Hildegard, till sleep enwrapped him, and the wonted sternness faded from his face, now wan and haggard. Tossing in a fitful slumber, he awakened, shouting wildly, calling by their names his wardens, with halloo and hunter signals, urging on his dogs in anger. Villa, seize the monkish vermin! Seek the peasants, monks and peasants! Seek 'em, they deserve no better! And again the night watch waning, cold and sudden sweat perspiring beaded on his high white forehead. Low he moaned and clutched his covering, hard oppressed for breath and gasping, as in mighty throes he struggled, through his breast convulsive heaving, strained the words, Ha! Woda! Woda! All in vain the careful nursing of Wulfhilde and Agneta, and their scanty lore of physic, all in vain the zeal of Gerhart, spending weary hours beside him, and the huntsman knew within him that relentless death drew nearer. Wulfhilde, haunted by a terror lest her father die unshriven, with the church's ban upon him, rode forth early with old Bruno to the Walkenrieden convent. She would see this stern-souled abbot, and upon her knees implore him to absolve her stricken father. All her wealth of patrimony she would willingly relinquish, and convey it to the convent. For herself the veil was destined, since the world would be but empty, when her last support, her father, like her dream of love lay buried. Brooding, sorrowful, and silent, Gerhart watched beside his master. Come, old friend, be my confessor, spoke the Count, from languor rousing. When I die, I leave behind me, if he be among the living, one who bears me mortal hatred, one I've sought not, always hoping, never more to cross his pathway. But if thou shouldst ever find him, Tell him half the wrongs I'm charged with he must take upon his conscience, for they were the fruit and harvest of the seed that in the furrow of our youth in sin we scattered. He is Egon, Count of Hordorf. On his scutcheon is a boar's head, and his helm bears horns of bison. We were oath-bound friends from boyhood, but we both set our affections upon Hildegard of Varberg. Thus with one as with the other, 'twas our love that wrought disaster. On the battlefield of Dornach, when our crowding foes beset us, I forsook him in his peril, but he found his day of vengeance. Long I thought him slain in combat, yet he lived to seek my countess, planned a secret meeting with her in the forest. Gerhart, Gerhart. Ever since, e'en now I'm tortured by a mad desire for knowledge. Was her lily heart unspotted? Prostrate preyed upon by sorrow, flower-like she drooped and faded, and in dying whispers told me Egon lived, and that she loved him. Then her lips were closed forever. Oh, the torments, doubt inflicted! Did her fever turn to madness, as the hand of death lay on her? Fearful thoughts and dread suspicions drove me peaceless from the castle, o'er the mountains, through the valleys, hoping still to wrest the answer from the wind, perchance, that ranges, like me, wildly through the forest. Hence I hunted, as if in the hearts of victims fallen by my spear or arrow I could find the secret hidden. Madly roving, never sated, chase and hunt must I continue, else I perish, and thereafter still go hunting, ever hunting. Sorrow's flood whelms o'er me dying, Wulfhilde, lone and unprotected, ne'er will wed the man I chose her, knightly Albrecht of Lozinen. Waldtraut, fled, is my own daughter, while my lost wife's troth suspecting, saw I Holthorpe in the forest, and enamoured of her beauty, oft I sought, and oft I met her. Yet I loved her but to leave her. Folrot, her rejected suitor, then she wed, but soon she sickened, and the year's end saw her perished. Folrot threatens me his vengeance. Even now I see him coming, with a ruthless band of peasants, and already hear him thunder at the gate, his firebrand swinging. But I can nor save nor shield you, Wulfhilde, Waldtraut. I must leave you. Gerhart, ever true and faithful, for one promise more in fealty, clasp my hand. Swear it thou'lt fulfill it. Narrow is the grave, good Gerhart, of impenetrable darkness. Depths exist there never lighted, and grim death guards well his secrets. Think'st thou there are forests yonder, stocked with beasts of game for hunting? Thou shalt bury me, old comrade, thou and Bruno, ye two only. But upon no bier ye'll place me. No, for me I'll not be coffined. In the forest I'll be bedded, where the storm raves, where the tree-tops o'er my head will sough and rustle, where the noble deer stalks proudly, and the wolf roves. There bestow me in a grave your hands shall fashion, but no coffin. Let the oak's roots through my heart strike down unhindered. Clad in leathern hose and doublet, with my bow and horn you'll arm me. Thus with boughs of green fresh covered, I shall sleep as fits a hunter. When thou knowest me dead, make ready. Then next morning, ere the day break, lead forth Wunsch and bind me on him, firmly seated in my saddle, as I rode forth into battle, as I rode at chase and hunting, will I ride on to my burial. High above the raven ledges, lay me 'neath the turf, but never let the spot be known to others. And in lieu of monkish prayers, blare the bugle loud above me. There I'll lie until the summons to the hunter's great hereafter. But instead of doomsday trumpet, may a joyful horn awake me. Gerhart, give thy oath upon it. Thou wilt do as I have bidden. Burning tears rolled down the withered, grizzled, bearded face of Gerhart. kneeling by his master's bedside with a solemn low, "I swear it," was the rueful answer given. "It is well, thou mayest now leave me," bade the Count, his eyelids drooping, and he lay as if in slumber, till the warm, moist tongue of Villa fondly licked his wasted fingers. Mutely stood the dog beside him, with one heavy paw uplifted. Two great eyes were raised in question. "Faithful one," the Count said softly, "dear, trustworthy old companion, speak to me. What wouldst thou ask me? We must part. Where I am going, thou canst follow me no longer. No more can we three together, thou and Wunsch and I, go hunting through the woods in wind and weather. Thou, my daring scout and leader, dost thou see this other hunter, Death, the grim and ancient marksman, come to bait me in the darkness? Sure's his aim, he never misses. Farewell, Villa, friend so loyal. Once again be thou my escort on this last ride through the forest, slow and solemn though its progress." And his sunken cheek he rested on the huge head of the mastiff. Long in spirit strove the abbot, obdurate, refusing audience to Wulfhilde, broken-hearted, till Johannes, hastening to him, bade him see in Hildgard's daughter Hildgard's self, then moved, o'ermastered by the vision, dead transfigured, reincarnate in the maiden, swift compassion came upon him. As the falling darkness deepened, back to Treseborg he journeyed, with Wulfhilde and her escort, and his train of monks and servants. In the quivering heat the cloud heaps gathered, piling on the mountains, in the calm before the tempest. When within the dim-lit chamber, Paula stepped close to the bedside. Piercing, searching, deep their glances crossed, as sword with sword swift flashes. On the lips of Hackelberend, wrathful at the apparition of the monk's black cowl and vestment, died the word, but wildly stared he at the features of the abbot, as if dawning memories faintly rose within him, dire and dreadful. Fiercely beat the heart of Paulus, nor found he the word befitting. Mortal foes they faced each other. Through the tower's darkened chamber lightning darted, and the Bergfried shook with deafening peals of thunder. "Dost thou know me, Hackelberend?" asked with trembling voice the abbot. "Egon Hordorf," came the answer from the Count, his lips scarce moving, and his eyes aglare with hatred, starting from their sunken sockets, as with wave of hand he motioned all to leave except the abbot. "Then 'tis true he lives, O Hildgard?" Breathing hard and shaken, shuddering, he demanded, What wilt thou? Is thy vengeance still unsated by her murder? Now must needs thou hear my last few hours embitter, since I lack the strength to slay thee, lying helpless on my deathbed." "Hours weighed against a lifetime," Paulus cried in solemn anger. "Could thy last hours ever cancel all the woe thy treachery brought me? Leave the dead in peace, for other, weightier business brings me to thee." "Egon," and the Count's voice faltered, "with the many dead that covered Dornach's bloody field of battle, I, in sooth, had cause to count thee, for when we, at first defeated, rallied and again rode forward, with the slain I found thee lifeless. Yea, and happy at the riddance of a rival thou didst leave me, when beset by hostile halberds. And again, when I lay bleeding, didst thou speed away unmindful of thy friend, and e'en the service do his body. Home to Hildgard didst thou fly, to hope ere clinging that, thy perfidy succeeding, I had perished with the many." Flushed with fury, Hackelberend strove to answer his accuser, but in impotence sank backward. Whistling wind shrilled through the darkness, floods of rain beat at the casements, and the night was rent with thunder. Mustering strength, the Count demanded, "What has caused thee now to seek me? What dark purpose brings thee hither?" "'Tis to grant thee absolution," gravely said the Abbot Paulus. "Thou a priest? Thou, Egon Hordorf? In the devil's name betake thee to that other saintly idler, who in Walkenrieden fattens. I ask not thy curse or blessing." "Hackelberend, here before thee stands he whom thou now revilest, Paulus, Walkenrieden's abbot." "Thou? What? Thou the meddling abbot, who our hunting strove to hinder? Why didst thou contrive, thou trickster? I admire thy craft to borrow heaven's cloak for thy dissembling." And the Count's wild jeering laughter chimed in with the rattling thunder. "Thou hast like the wolf in sheep's pelt 'neath a cowl slunk round and striven to outwit my wife and duper, thus on me to wreak thy vengeance. 'Twas but once that I met Hildegard, soon thereafter death released her. Oh, I want the truth, thy oath must—" "Stop! Too much I dread the answer, nor can oath of priest be trusted. I came here to bury rancor, grant forgiveness and absolve thee from thy sins, for it is urgent that thou make thy peace with heaven. Thy allotted time is fleeting." "Half my sins," the knight retorted, "thou must carry on thy conscience, for 'tis thou who hast provoked them. As for heaven, I renounce it. To you worthy priests and abbots be it yours to wrangle over, as has ever been your custom. Knowest thou aught of heaven's kingdom, Egon Hordorf, learned prelate? If there's hunting in its forest, I'll accept thy hocus-pocus. Show me thou art skilled in priestcraft, and by thy smooth lies and cunning aid thy friend to find an entrance through a rear gate into heaven. But there must be woods and hunting. Heedst thou not the Lord Almighty speaking in his voice of thunder as he summons thee to judgment? Come, announce me. Say a hunter, nobly horsed, demands admittance. All the hunting rights in heaven he would lease for life eternal. He'd agree fresh game to furnish for the Lord's supernal table, with its seats for saints and angels, and you, priest, if you're admitted. But what else there is hereafter, bliss of soul, delight, and rapture, let him keep to spice his drink with." Through the night again flashed lightning. Ghastly grew the Count's wan features, as for breath he gasped and struggled, while the thundering tempest bellowed. "Pray, oh pray, thy end approaches," Paulus urged with cross uplifted. "Pray, for what? To whom, thou ranter? I'll not pray, but hunt. Ho, hunting! Hear'st thou? Chase and hunt forever. Yet perchance, yea, here's a prayer. Mighty God, O deign to grant me that in thy celestial forest, through eternities unnumbered, I may revel hunting. Mark my words and heed me, ancient, or from thy high throne I'll shoot thee, as erewhile thy son's frail image from the cross I dashed to atoms. This the notice that I serve thee, this the amen to my worship. Art thou now contented, bigot?" "Lord, forgive him," cried the abbot. "He is mad with death's wild frenzy." "There is not he need forgive me. It is he who needs forgiveness, as with his dull death he balks me of my sport within the forest. Hunt I will hunt, I tell thee. Yea, though damned, I'll hunt forever." Paulus turned and cried in anger, "Ended is my long forbearance. Be thou damned, then, damned forever, and go hunt until the doomsday. Thank thee for thy blessing, Paulus. As the Lord's anointed, surely thou canst intercede and help me." Hackelberend mocked and shivered. "Hunting, hunt for aye and ever. Halloo, ho, ho, ho." Half upright he had risen when the chamber burst aflame with dreadful lightning, and the walls of granite trembled with the crashing roar of thunder. "Voda, ho!" cried Hackelberend, and fell dead upon his pillow. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. To the Grave. On fallow deerskins softly bedded, attired and armed as for the chase, half covered o'er with twined myrtles, reposed the last of all his race. He firmly clasps, as were he living, his crossbow, oft with prowess borne. The hunting knife beside him rested, and on his right his ivory horn. A rare and lustrous jewel sparkled, upon the golden chain it crowned. A wreath of freshly gathered oak leaves about the silent head was wound. Thus lay the prince of chase and forest, the hunter brave whom naught withstood, who in free nature's breath rejoicing, with willing band had rove the wood. His dark stern eyes were closed forever, that flashed as if with fire aglow, when searching sky or tangled thicket, he flung the spear or drew the bow. Upon his furrowed brow there struggled grim death in his resistless might, with ominous and hopeless terror of unappeased and horrid night. No sweet repose here reigned supremely, no new-lit glory found a place that told of blessedness hereafter on this unyielding marble face. Upon this form, to dust returning, stood out relentless force of will, and mirrored in those rigid features a burning passion smouldered still. Around the mouth that scoffed at heaven there lingered sullen scorn unchanged, as if in anger dumb yet vowing on death himself to be avenged. Thus lay he in the tower chamber, and Villa, truest of his kind, crouched near to hold the solemn death watch, nor call nor chiding did he mind. The abbot tarried in the castle, for he was loath to leave Wulfhilde, and full of pity for the orphan, her grief with soothing counsel stilled. A trusty friend he'd be her escort, when lo the count lay in his grave, to lead her to the maiden's chapter, that for her peace best promise gave. He spoke not of the curse inflicted upon her father ere he died. Agneta, though, had slyly listened, and heard the blessing said to guide their master past the gate of heaven into the woeful place below. And by her tongue once fairly started, the secret was like tracks in snow. One softly told it to another, who deemed it true and told again, till like the wind it swiftly circled, afar o'er mountain, dale, and plain. So came the night of his last mounting, and ere the birds are slumber freed, within the castle court the hostler stands ready by the saddled steed. O Wunsch, thou oft hast pawed the cobbles impatiently before the ride, while waiting for thy master's greeting, the music of his spur-clad stride. How often hast thou borne him safely, impetuous as the north wind free. The bridges thundered in the valley, along thy track shook every tree. Today he mounts a silent rider, and slow his pace, thou'lt feel no spur. O bear him gently, short the distance, it is but to his sepulchre. The court is lit by blazing torches that set the Bergfried all aglow. Around are ranged the castle inmates, whose downcast looks deep sorrow show. By two, the eldest in his service, the count is carried through the door. He who could vault within the saddle is lifted up to ride once more. The hostler holds the stirrup, renders what aid the helpless form demands. The bridle safely bound, he passes the reins into the rigid hands. They tie him firmly, and Wunsch shivers, yet quiet in his place he stands. Does not that ghastly face seem living, illumined by the burning brands? All's hushed. Unbroken is the silence. The waiting mourners glance around, but Paulus speaks no priestly blessing. Wulfhilde's sobs the only sound. Then, baring his grey locks, the falconer pronounces simply, "Huntsman, hail!" With nodding head the stallion answers. The hunters murmur, "Huntsman, hail!" Then, slowly winding through the portal, they move adown the darkened vale. His sunken eyes fixed on the bridle, the Count still leads them stark and pale. Night wanderer of a wakeless slumber, the grave's long dream enwraps him now. His mettled steed no longer thrills him, in vain the forest whispers low. The lurid glare from smoking torches on looming tree and shrub is shed, and mid the playing lights and shadows they tread their pathway with the dead. But Gerhard soon disbands his escort, and he and Bruno wend alone, attendant on the silent horseman, to Villa's low and piteous moan. Though night still broods o'er mead and woodland, the undimmed stars all westering fly. A mist o'er glen and lowland hovers, and as they pass floats wanly by. Within its rolling masses marshalled, in shadowy columns on the mere, for grim pursuit of horse and rider, vague, shifting charnel shapes appear. They stretch along in endless legions, and on they surge, a spectral wave. Spear-flingers, warriors, hunt companions, a phantom escort to the grave. The grey horse giant is not with them, nor is his consort in her place, but all the countless forms unlessened the knight had met in his mad chase flit on in streaming files to join them, their ghostly faces light with glee, and fill with fiendish, mute exulting, yet not but miss the warden see. Persistently the spirits follow, as if they were upon their way to spy the secret place of burial and vanish at the break of day. Aloft, upon a jutting hillside, whence seas of crowding trees are seen, their crests on crest continuous rising, high scaling to the blue serene, and far below, the Boda glistening through golden cornfields silver white, and steeples beckoning in the distance above a rugged granite height. There is the grave. Upon its grasses primeval oaks their shadows throw, and towering o'er them all gigantic, one mighty tree in lordly show uprears his monument befitting, perchance more ancient than his race. It mourns the dead and fearless hunter, the guardian of his resting place. Its roots will softly twine around him, and soon to his dark cell convey, repeating still in gentle murmurs whate'er the winds may have to say. 'Twill waken with each spring's returning, and don its greenery anew. Within will lodge the feathered songsters, the azure sky a-glimmering through. Its sheltering boughs will arch above him to screen him from the summer sun, and to his bed, with summer's waning, its leaves will flutter one by one. 1,000 trees look on and witness, like grim grey shadows hither led. They bow their heads with awe-struck whispers to hail the coming of the dead. At last, beneath the sullen rider, the rooty soil gives hollow sound, and Wunsch's hoof-beats sharply rustle the leaves upon the littered ground. The rocky fissured brow now rises from shrouding gloom into the light, but dark the lowland shadows linger, maintaining still the reign of night. A fearsome moaning fills the distance, the wind plays with the dead man's hair. Stout-hearted Gerhard sees the omen, his frightened eyes in wonder stare. He thinks distorted, leering faces malignly gaze from out the wood. On gnarly trunks and crooked branches he sees the hellish goblin brood. But now a stag cries in the thicket, as down it flies to seek the stream, and at the welcome sound the hunter awakes as from a hideous dream. The archer spreads the gathered branches, and bearing reverently their dead, in mantle wrapped with bow and bugle, they couch him on his leafy bed. The handfuls 3 of earth they scatter, then fill the grave, and o'er it lay soft mosses green and twining ivy, and kneeling down a blessing say. The falconer rises from the graveside, puts to his lips the hunting horn, and from the mountain peaks re-echoed a ringing hallali is born. But as they pass the green-aisled columns and lead the stallion homeward bound, a long and piteous howl o'ertakes them, ear-piercing from the new-made mound. It is from Villa, desolate mourner, his master and his friend lies there. For love of him, the noble mastiff with lamentation fills the air. No urgent call nor gentle coaxing will either move or comfort him. He cowers down, his fate awaiting, and tarries while his eyes grow dim. In grateful service to his master he had devoted every breath. So ended he where they had parted, unflinching, faithful unto death. Day breaks anew, and all its splendor upon a gladsome world is spent. Above the wreath of green-clad mountains spreads out the blue celestial tent. Lone on a rocky crest uplifted, where sunshine beats and tempests rave, there lies above the restful valley the forest-guarded hunter's grave. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Storming of the Castle. Crisp and chill, the air of autumn steals upon the shores of summer. Balmy zephyrs play no longer through the flowing, billowy foliage. Boughs are tossed by whirring breezes, and the limbs creak, snap, and clatter as the shuddering winds drive through them. Whirling leaves, frost-browned and crinkled, through the air drift scurrying downward, and the shrubs, smooth-stemmed and barren, blaze with clustered scarlet berries. It was eve, and fires glimmered in the valley of the Boda. Round the flames lounged lawless peasants, roasting kine and calves, late pillaged from the convent Himmelgarten, quaffing wine, the monk's rare vintage, throwing dice for sacred treasure, singing loud in ribald ditties. All the vale below the castle was aswarm with bristling spearheads, arquebuses, swords, and maces. Peaceful scythes and picks and mattocks swung by oaken-fisted rustics in their toilsome life of tilling, now were turned to deadly weapons. Loud the drum and fife had sounded in each village through the valley. Bells had rung alarm and summons, calling men from every cottage, bondsmen, miners, free-born peasants, hungering, ill-conditioned people, strangely clad, a motley rabble. Here came one in tattered smock-frock, knightly armor decked another, there a cassock patched and faded, here a doublet and slashed breeches, now a helmet, now a bonnet. Each new troop of eager comrades was received with lifted beakers by the pushing, swaying masses, and a rousing, jeering greeting. "Welcome here, ye fellow toilers! Welcome, men of Hunger Valley, Beggar Town, and Never Harvest! Have ye come to warn the barons? We will give them such a roasting as will scorch the blessed angels perched upon the arching rainbow." Where the banded leaguers serried, in the breeze a banner fluttered, with a strange device emblazoned. On its folds a kneeling peasant wept beneath Christ's woeful passion. Pope and Emperor too were pictured, and above them all the League shoe, Bertram Folrot as the chieftain of this crowding throng of rebels, proudly bore a gleaming halberd, at his side a broadsword dangling, on his head a battered morion. Gloomy moved he, fierce, determined, and his word found quick compliance. Now he ordered that the drumbeat call his leaders to a council, and to his assembled comrades Fulrat spoke. Your summons sent I to the castle gate, demanding that they peacefully surrendered, offering all but Hackelberend free withdrawal and safe conduct. They defy us, hence at sunrise do we storm the damned rook's nest. Captain, rose a voice, 'tis rumored that the Count is dead and buried. By God's beard, I'll not believe it. If the devil had him safely, they'd surrender. Here, ask Hartmann. It was he who bore the message, and who saw him in his armor, striding up and down the bulwarks. Nay, and Volrat shouted fiercely, common men to him are nothing, therefore nothing shall we grant him, naught but death. And here I warn ye, let none dare to maim or slay him. Mine is he, by right of justice. Ye from Vendefurt and Stiga, Altenbruck and Hasselfelde, who most suffer his oppression, be the first to storm. I'll lead ye. Waldtraut, who had joined her father, when from Treseburg she vanished, and now hovered ever near him, vainly sought to stay his purpose. Tears she shed, and wild entreaties, all were lost like plaint of songbird, when the storm raves in the mountains. Gloom held sway within the castle. Gerhart, on the drear returning, with the archer from the burial, had scarce reached the court in safety, when the preying peasant vultures swooped upon the silent valley. Paulus, Albrecht, and Wulfhilde in the Bergfried sat for counsel, low-voiced, solemn, till the falconer, roughly bursting in upon them, brought them warning of their peril. Quickly from his seat sprang Albrecht. Draw the bridge and bar the tower gate. Every man prepare for combat. At the words, the Abbot Paulus rose and strode across the chamber, his blue eyes with fire flashing. Hold, he cried, I am the elder. 'Tis for me to take command here. You, your reverence, stammered Albrecht. Honored be your robe and office, yet for war they're illy suited. Think you so? The abbot shouted. Know, bold youth, that he who knighthood once resigned for holier orders can resume his knightly standard when the hour of need arises. Knew I not the joy of warfare, thrilling years spent in the saddle, joy of combat, joy of struggle? Albrecht, I am of thy station, once the friend and sworn companion of the Count Hans Hackelberend. Many a day I fought beside him in the bloody Swabian battles. I am Egon, Count of Hordorf. In amazement Gerhart started, and with quavering lips addressed him. You, sir? You are Count of Hordorf? Then for you I have a message, that my lord, as he lay dying, on my oath bade me deliver. I have seen him, Gerhart. Silence! And the abbot, smiling grimly, gave commandment to the falconer. Bring me forth thy master's armor, bring his sword and shield and helmet, that in his own casque and buckler I may guard my foeman's castle. Quick of cross and cowl divested, clasped in steel and girthed in armor, Paulus stood, the monk forgotten, high-born knight and valiant warrior of the days of Maximilian. Gazing on him, half in reverence, half exultant, loud they hailed him, and each heart new thrilled with courage. Straight the clanging gate was bolted, arms were placed, and sheaves of arrows all along the inner ramparts, while the warder from his outlook sharply scanned the massed invaders. At the close of day the summons was in terse, rude terms rejected, and the hush of night fell o'er them. But about the hill beleaguered, baleful campfires starred the valley. gleaming in the palling darkness, like the glittering eyes of tigers, crouching low in hungry circle round their doomed and boding victims. At the early break of morning o'er the fortress flew a missile, new and strange in all the region, thunder-like, and with an echo from the mountains loud resounding, crashed a shot. The Bergfried shivered as the ball of hurtling iron struck the mortared stones and tore them, falling with the crumbling rubbish. In the night had come 2 sakers, dragged o'er trackless roads and byways, and at dawn the chief of gunners flung his greeting at the castle. No loud roar hurled back defiance. Treseburg lay all defenceless, at the mercy of the cannon. For the Count, in stormy vehemence, had prescribed the new-found weapons, strong in wrath and strong in numbers, strong in musketoons and gunners. Vantage all lay with the Leaguers. In this pass of fateful peril, Hackelberend's dauntless spirit woke within his gentle daughter. Thrilled for desperate deeds of daring, forth she stood, her wistful features lighted with a noble purpose. Bold, impassioned words broke from her. Hearken ye, my friends and liegemen, I shall join in battle with you 'gainst this cruel horde of peasants. I am Wulfhilde, name heroic, slayer of the savage wolf brood. Early did my father teach me well to aim the hissing arrow, yea, the glancing spear to brandish. Oft I've donned the steel-linked corslet, worn by her, my great ancestress, whose brave deeds still live in story. Let me fight, and if I perish, be it, so it be among you. All aglow, her bosom heaving, straight and lithe she stood intrepid. Hordorf spoke with quick decision. Lady, no, where men do battle, you have neither place nor duty. Take you all the maids and women, and seek shelter in the Bergfried. There rely on help from heaven, and on us, whose strength unfaltering will beat back this brutish rabble. Wulfhilde, silent now and wavering, looked at Albrecht, supplicating. Wonderingly he gazed upon her, gentle were his words and tender. Wulfhilde, heed him as you love me. Hot and deep the mantling crimson flushed her throat and cheek and forehead. Down she dropped her quivering lashes, swaying with a sudden faintness. As you love me? As you love me? Low her throbbing heart repeated. Did my eyes misprize his coldness? Has his love thus spoken to me? And a new hope rose within her, though no word of lip betrayed it, as she turned and joined the maidens. Once again a knight defender, Hordorf gave forth hurried orders, and assigned to each his station, while the host of howling peasants, mad with lust for blood and booty, swarming forward, swept on headlong. Balls and arrows whirred and whistled, raucous jeers and shouts defiant rose midst crash of arquebuses. In the vale between long pauses, loud the iron cannon thundered. Little space for daring onslaught did the causeway dole the Leaguers. 'Neath the grim portcullis tower, halted by the trench, the peasants rolled down trunks of trees and boulders, spaded earth piled high within it, and to gain the fatal hillside, men below, fast rushing forward, men above drove to the slaughter, till their broken ranks were daunted by the scores of dead and wounded. Back they fell, their sakers muffled, and the archers on the ramparts thought the fierce assault abandoned, cooled their heated brows in resting, gulped deep from the rimmed tankards that the monks filled in the cellar, till again the battle thundered. Heedless of his life, the collier pressed ahead, unharmed by arrows, with command, rebuke, example urging on his flagging comrades, stinging them with words like nettles. Cunningly he fanned their rancor. Forth they dashed in reckless onset, laying hold of stones and branches, litter and the battle's debris, thus to fill the moat before them. Then they hurled a hail of missiles in blind fury at the castle. Aiming calmly, the beleaguered rarely missed their hated targets, for the doughty hunting comrades, with the abbot and his servants, were adroit and clear-eyed marksmen. Ludolf, leading from the rampart, suddenly withdrew his arrow from the bowstring. Far below him, from her shelter on the hillside, Waldtraut's loving eyes had called him. "Ludolf," Gerhardt cried out sharply, "go thou to yon lower turret, where thou canst not see thy maiden, and let Felton here replace thee." Scarcely had they changed their stations when a shrieking ball of iron tore the battlement beneath him and laid low the luckless hostler. Blazing in its wake, a firebrand struck the high-perched wooden birdhouse. Through its roof the flames burst fiercely, and a dense black smoke curled upward. Loud without the foe exulted. Folrat hushed their shouts and bellowed, "Yield ye now, Hans Hackelberend!" "Never!" roared the warrior abbot. Wenzel clamored to the falcons to release them from their jesses, and aloft they soared to freedom. Now the moat was bridged and traversed, and the ram's dull blows fell heavy on the groaning, trembling tower gate. Axes rang, and sharpened mattocks shivered, split, and tore the woodwork. Oaken planks were rent asunder, beams gave way and wrecked and shattered. Half the ponderous gate sank crashing down into the tower's archway. Bent on spoils, the crowding leaguers, sweeping o'er the timbered wreckage, pressed into the court triumphant, where their valorous opponents, death-defying and determined, every foot of ground contested. Clash of weapons still resounded in a hopeless, vain resistance, till by greater strength o'erpowered, the defenders of the castle, scarce a man unscathed of body, yielded up the ancient stronghold. In stern check the bloody collier held his men from further slaughter. Albrecht proudly scorned surrender when the peasants fell upon him, and he fought on, sorely wounded. All alone the knightly abbot wielded his sharp sword defiant. Like the wild boar on his scutcheon, none was able to subdue him. Then it was that Collier Folrat saw the Count's steel-gleaming armor. "Hackelberend, I have found thee!" With a bound he roared infuriate. Desperate blows in deafening clangor rained from flashing sword and halberd, till the abbot's arm dropped shattered. With one mighty thrust the collier, breaking through the unguarded corslet, pierced his foe, who sank resistless, from his head the helmet rolling. Back the peasant fell astounded, and anew his fury kindled. "Where is Hackelberend?" cried he, bending o'er the bleeding body. "Damned in hell, where thou shalt find him," breathed the dying knight and abbot. Noisily the scuffling victors pillaged castle halls and chambers, seizing garments, armor, weapons, followed still by fire and ravage. Others sought the burning stables, where the plunging horses whinnied, maddened by the fiery turmoil. Suddenly a cry of terror rose above the smoke and uproar. Wunsch, from every hand escaping, sprang unbridled through the doorway. Forward Folrat leaped to seize him, but the stallion reared, and towering like some black avenging demon, with his iron-shod hoofs descended, smiting low the hapless collier. Silently the strong man perished, and the charger, bounding o'er him, scattered wide the plundering peasants, and escaped from mortal bondage. In the court's remotest corner, where an aspen's shadows quivered, on the turf lay Albrecht dying. Low beside him knelt Wulfhilde, all her grief and love outpouring. Round them stood a mourning circle, Gerhardt, Bruno, and Agneta, while her lover's arms about her Waldtraut watched afar, lamenting. "Death absolves me of my silence," Wulfhilde sobbed, her pale lips trembling. Albrecht, I have loved thee ever. Oh, so deep as not another in the world could e'er have loved thee. Take my heart to heaven with thee, for no earthly love shall claim it. Fare thee well, O my beloved. As on brow and lip she kissed him, from his eyes the life-light faded, but his fingers' feeble pressure made response to her avowal. Round his mouth a smile still hovered, and like gentle springs suspiring, his last whispered sigh was mingled with the grieving breath of autumn. Wulfhilde cast herself upon him, and lay weeping on his body, till the falconer, bending o'er her, spoke with patient, gentle urgence. Come, my lady, come, I pray you. Nobly did he yield his spirit. Nobly let him rest, and knightly. Now to Bruno's care consign him. Here your life is still in peril. We, my dame, and I will guide you safe to Quedlinburg's fair chapter, where with mothering arms the abbess, Countess Stolberg, will receive you. Wulfhilde slowly rose, heart-stricken, and with tear-drowned eyes and accents, took a brief farewell of Waldtraut, and, supported by the falconer, passed forever from the castle. Wending to the mountain's summit, on the dear remembered pathway, Wulfhilde turned, and looking backward, gazed once more through dimming tear-mists, on loved wood and stream and meadow. Safely had her home ancestral lain a jewel, mountain-guarded, but now lurid flames shot upward from its casements, and she listened to the distant savage shouting and triumphal song of peasants. Passing on, descending slowly, swarded plains lay green before them, Quedlinburg with silent steeples beckoning in the purple distance, while again she rested, wearied. Suddenly, with wings a-whirling, o'er her head her falcon circled, settling softly on her shoulder. Ah, thou loyal friend and comrade, hast thou come to bring me solace? Wulfhilde sighed with fond caresses. Faithful shalt thou find thy welcome. Bide thou with me now and ever, floating o'er me like the memories of the days for aye departed. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Phil Schempf. The Wild Chase. Night sinks upon the Boda Valley. The autumn air is dank and chill. The timid stars seek hasty cover, and murky clouds the heavens fill. And lone it is. No stately castle now beckons from the distant height. No gleaming casement yonder watches from tower or hall with cheering light. And through the silence of the forest is heard no peaceful strain of horn, that in the past with lulling cadence each even down the vale was borne, where long a noble race had flourished within their rock-built citadel, who loved to roam with dog and falcon, and in the chase dull care dispel. Now empty walls stare bleak and blackened, with gables desolate and drear, memorial sad of knights and ladies who lived and loved and feasted here. Fair Theresiaburg, demolished, ruined, looms up a picture of decay, a granite skeleton disjointed, gnawed bare by prowling beasts of prey. The fire, by riot's torch enkindled, has riven massive walls of stone, devoured our oaken roof and rafters. The crumbling tower stands alone. The wind awakes and fans the embers. Anew the vaulting flames blaze bright, and through the lurid fiery billows the glowing Bergfried cleaves the night. Now smoke enwraps the smouldering ruins, its velvet cloak the havoc shrouds, till like a sable plume it rises, and floating, curling, meets the clouds. Faint glimmering through the ebon vapors, there peeps the sickle of the moon, but its pale light soft wanes in hiding, and eerie darkness settles down, whilst figures fill the glooming shadows, air-dwellers, bodiless and shy. Now here, now there, they flit and beckon, then back into the darkness high. The rising storm wind blows and blusters above each height and craggy wall. Swift sailing from across the mountains, the clouds spread out a raven pall. The wood, from reverie awakening, no longer croons a slumber song. Its swaying boughs it sets a-quiver, and rustles its dark aisles along. The storm drives on in boisterous anger, the branches wildly toss and sway, and yielding in a swirling tumult, the darkling waves of leaves give way. O Wotan wish-wind, whose low whispers in magic ope the flowers of spring, dost thou, returning in the autumn, the fiercer tempests also bring? The gale pursues its endless journey, it hums and shrills as on it flies, as if upon the earth came sweeping gigantic wings adown the skies. Then fearful in its pent-up fury bursts forth the storm's exhaustless wrath. A noise the sleeping dead to waken fills all the valley in its path. The air is trembling, whirling, whizzing, a levelling fiend it rushes by, and evermore the roar increases, the tempest howls and witches cry. And through it all rise human voices, but wild and weird above the wind, as if in demolition's madness all terrors dire had been combined, and hurtled forth this night of frenzy from some mysterious hostile realm, against the earth and its existence, e'en life itself to overwhelm. Their shouting, as of vaunted triumph, shrill through the storm is heard the yell, then follow groans of pain and anguish, as if from tortured souls in hell. Distracting shrieks and husky croaking, ear-splitting harsh, discordant song, moans, curses vile, and lamentations, derisive jeers hoarse, loud, and long. Then finally the cries of hunting, the bay of dogs, the horses neigh, while bugles out of tune add clamor to fill a mortal with dismay. High from the beetling raven ledges the storm blasts down the valley rave. They sweep along the crags of granite and whirl around a lonely grave. Assembled are the tempest rulers, enshrouded in a misty veil, a multitude of surging figures that swarm throughout the wood and dale. Night hunters they, who skulking loiter in restless prowling o'er the spot, as if impatiently they waited to carry out some ghoulish plot. They bend down o'er the mound and listen, yet dare not touch it with their feet. But dreadful are the words they utter, as if but curses here were meet. The oak strikes out its lusty branches, and lays about as with a sword, to banish from the place of burial the hideous sacrilegious horde. But after every stroke the phantoms return defiant as before, while from the oak resounds a clangor like brazen bells amidst the roar. Disturb not the buried, for troubled and worried through life are poor mortals till death interferes. Hold sacred its portals till the trumpet he hears, the doer of evil, on day of upheaval, for sin and wrong-dealing will judgment receive. In vain then appealing, his doom to retrieve. In peace let him lie, his guardian am I. The spirits listen, nod, and whisper, while lightly flitting to and fro, like falling leaves in autumn breezes that ever down and upward blow. They form around the grave a circle, in weird confusion dance and swing, and to their frantic manner suited, loud screech and howl the words they sing. Why-ho, he is ours, we'll not let him go. He's offended the powers who visit with woe. His grave we discovered here under the yoke. Our homage we offer midst fire and smoke. We'll make him our master to lead in the chase, and gallop the faster through limitless space. To us he is bound, who've been underground. Let him be the first of all who are cursed, to mount his wild horse for ne'er-ending course. Hooray, hooray, awake! Hooray, hooray, awake! Hoo-I-ho, hoo-I, hoo-wee-oh! The tempest swells with demon fury. The world is shaken by the storm. The oak is felled, the mountain trembles, and lo, again the mighty form. Once more the ravens flutter round him. The wolves trot nigh with reeking breath. A spear is thrust into the hillside. Then falls the solemn hush of death. The mound above the grave has vanished, and slowly in the moon's pale shine a knightly figure rises from it, whose head dry leaves of oak entwine. Devoid of life, tomb-blanched and shrunken, ascends the ghostly huntsman grim, as quickened by hell's conjuration, the shadowy pit disgorges him. Firm striding to his night-black stallion, he grasps the reins and vaults astride. His hand drops quickly to the bugle, his lifeless eyes he opens wide. An icy smile plays o'er his features, upon his brow dwell gloom and scorn. At touch of his spur the black courser fleets swiftly, a single shrill larum resounds from his horn. Onward he dashes, and after him snorting comes storming and ravening from glen and from glade, from out the dense thicket, from rocks and deep caverns, from clouds that float by, a most dismal parade of spectres on horseback, of graveyard companions, of outcasts and perjured in villainy dyed, with knives and with cudgels, with crossbows and lances, in armor and jerkin and bare shaggy hide. The tortured, beheaded, racked, flayed, and dismembered, with limbs out of joint, with their necks wrenched askew, with skulls that are grinning, and slashes wide gaping, malefactors and felons, a horrible crew. The nags that they ride are rough-coated and frothing, and drivelling curs at their heels fiercely tear. They sling and hurl stones, and they shoot with their crossbows, but missiles and arrows fall short in the air. They scamper and gallop, race, struggle, and jostle, as if by avengers relentlessly chased, fast whirling and reeling, and rushing and crowding, a villainous rabble in maddening haste. They turn now and twist, like a scaly-hued dragon that wiggles and stretches an endless long tail, and belches forth flames and hot sulphurous vapors, with screaming and brawling, great clamor and wail, as if the strong portals of hell had been broken by legions of demons their freedom to gain, or like a wild avalanche cleft from a glacier, that crushing, resistless, bounds on to the plain. At gallop now charges, with flourish of trumpets, the huntsman recalled from the chamber of death, still guiding the cohorts that follow behind him, with game madly flying and panting for breath. He towers o'er them all with the brow of a monarch, the chief of the mountains, the ruler of night, who feared neither angels, nor man, nor the devil, and rides as when living in reckless despite. Ho! Hunting forever! He stands in the stirrups, blows into his bugle, and swings his long spear. With reins hanging loosely, he dashes off wildly, and leads his rough hordes in their gruesome career. Aloft in the track of the eagle they follow, veer round to the castle in mad plunging flight, and circle the hill and the smouldering ruins, and pitch in the gulf of the dismal dark night. Then fades out of sight the ineffable terror, its echoes still lingering as onward it flies, now louder, now lower, now turning, now winding, until in the distance it finally dies. Peace settles again, and the soft sighing breezes in cadences soothing the tumult bemoan. They sing of the harvest, of acorns and berries, of birds and the flowers all withered or flown. But listen, the turmoil and din is returning, and fast reapproaches the chaos and roar, in unlessened horror the hillside ascending. The menacing night horde comes storming once more. Midst luminous showers of sparkles and flashes, it sweeps around tower and tottering wall, then vanishes, wailing, in darkness and shadow, the furious chase with its leader and all. The clouds in banks of tranquil splendor float calmly like a broadening stream, and golden on the deep blue heaven the stars with burnished luster gleam. The wood in nodding boughs still whispers of Woden and his conquering might, and gently lulled to dreamy silence, it sleeps upon the breast of night. Es grüne die Tanne, es wachse das Erz, Gott schenke uns allen ein fröhliches Herz. End of chapter 14. End of The Wild Huntsman, A Legend of the Hartz, by Julius Wolff, translated by Ralph Davidson.